Chapter 322. Putong. What surprised everyone was that Tu Long bent his knees and knelt in front of Suyu. He prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed deeply. I know that I am not qualified to beg for your forgiveness. I am willing to serve you for 3 years. Please spare his life. A man's knees are made of gold. The former young master of the Tu clan, the second in command of the Blackwater pirates, had once held a high position and looked down on the masses, accepting the worship of others. But now he was kneeling in front of Suyu and begging for mercy for an unfamiliar clansman. Suyu's heart trembled. Is it worth it? In their hearts, you might not even be the young master. He could no longer return to the Tu family. Tu Long laughed self-deprecatingly. I have no face to return to the Tu family, but the blood of the Tu family still flows in my veins. I have been unfilial for 10 years, and I have no face to return. I only ask that I serve you for 3 years, and do my best to leave some hope for my clansmen. Palace Master Inu, please grant me my wish. Tu Long kowtowed heavily once again. The sound of kowtowing was very loud, very deep, and also very bitter. Perhaps this was the last thing a prodigal son who could not return could do for his family. If a man has no heart, he will live. If he has no roots, he will die. His family was probably one of the few knots in Tu Long's heart. The fox dies on the hill, not to mention the man. Suyu slowly retracted his finger, then silently turned around and said, All of you should leave. This is the only time. Tu Minghua stared deeply at the kneeling Tu Long, his voice hoarse. You are young master, Tu Long. Tu Long slowly stood up. With his back facing him, he lightly said, Still not leaving? A glint flashed across Tu Minghua's eyes as he fled with great difficulty. You should also leave, Suyu said calmly. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore, and I don't need you to serve me for 3 years. Suyu had always respected people who valued relationships. Tu Long laughed at himself. My body and cultivation are crippled, but my heart is not. I, Tu Long, have never broken my promises. Suyu looked at him deeply and let out a deep sigh. Do whatever you want. I hope you won't regret this. After he spoke, Suyu returned to the auction stage. Gao Tsong had yet to execute the traitor of the Xintian manor. However, Gao Tsong was no longer there. He had taken advantage of the battle just now to escape. In his cold eyes, Suyu's murderous intents were ice-cold. I have said that I will kill you today. No matter who protects you, it is useless. His gaze landed on Han Jianglin's VIP room. Only Han Jianglin and the 30-year-old woman were there. Gao Tsong had openly made an enemy of the Empire's vice palace master. As Han Jianglin, it was naturally inconvenient for him to step out and support Gao Tsong. As expected, Gao Tsong escaped to a secret place and waited for Suyu to leave before being brought back by Han Jianglin. It was just that the auction house was in plain sight, so he could only go outside. Whoosh! With a flash of his figure, Suyu broke through the roof and stood high up in the sky. His crystalline pupils revolved, and everything within a 50-mile radius was under his control. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he saw a figure dragging a heavily injured person who had blended into the crowd. Follow me. Suyu turned his head and gave a light shout. Hua Zhilan and Zi Yunxiang flew over one after another. In the VIP lounge, bang! With a bang, the wooden chair Han Jianglin sat on turned into wood shavings that filled the sky. He clenched his fists, and killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes. Snatching his silver bow right in front of him, chasing after his disciple. Thinking about how he had killed his son, Han Jianglin wished he could tear Suyu into pieces. But he could not attack Suyu directly. Yulian, go. Remember, unless you can kill him, do not show yourself. The 30-year-old woman beside him nodded her head coldly. Yes, I will definitely complete the mission. Han Jianglin nodded his head. And with your abilities, you can definitely kill him in one strike. Even though he has trained his immortal level technique to stage 1 top class. He has no chance of surviving in your hands. Jean Julien, 100 Territories Alliance Deputy Master. Ranked 3rd, Immortal Realm Level 3 Upper Tier. With Su Yu's abilities, he would definitely not be able to escape. Within the crowd, Gao Tsang seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head to look at the sky, his expression changing in shock. It was Su Yu leading a group of people to kill him. He had wanted to escape back to the inn quietly, but looking at it now, he could only escape as far as he could. Whoosh! Dragging his heavily injured body, Gao Tsang escaped for his life. In the face of death, Gao Tsang suppressed his injuries and activated his speed. He was as fast as lightning, traversing several miles in the blink of an eye. Su Yu chased after him. After 2 hours, they had chased him out of Anue City and entered the dark forest. Gao Tsang used the cover of the forest to hide himself, making it difficult for Su Yu to deal with him. But he could not withstand his injuries, and Su Yu caught up to him. "Inu, why do you have to kill me? There is no hatred between us." Gao Tsang staggered and fell to the ground. His face was pale, his eyes filled with despair. Su Yu floated down, his expression cold. "Now that things have come to this, what is the point of begging for mercy? Han Jianglin is in charge of the Xintian Manor. You had no choice. You were thinking about your life, your future. You had no choice but to submit to him and become his disciple. I can understand that. But what I cannot understand is that you are not apologetic and do not repent. You are not ashamed, but proud of it. You advised Yunxiang shamelessly to surrender to the enemy like you. You worked for Han Jianglin, but I did not see any apologetic feelings from you. Instead, you enjoyed it. Have you ever thought of Housemaster Z's kindness in nurturing you?" Su Yu walked forward, his eyes filled with a cold glow. There must be a price for betrayal. Housemaster Z is not here, so I will take it back for him. Feeling Su Yu's intent to kill, Gao Tsang knew that he would definitely die. Hence, he became even more ruthless. "Inu, so what if I am a traitor? So what if I am ungrateful? What does it have to do with you? Do I need you to be a busybody?" Gao Tsang clenched his teeth and roared furiously, as if he wanted to eat someone. Creak! Su Yu's gaze turned cold. He pierced Gao Tsang's dantian with one finger, crippling his cultivation level. "I am indeed not qualified. Yunxiang should not have a problem, right?" Su Yu took a step back, letting Z Yunxiang do it. Z Yunxiang's eyes were filled with coldness without any pity. "Do you have anything else to say?" Gao Tsang's expression turned stiff. Z Yunxiang was the daughter of the housemaster. If she did not have the right, no one else had the right. "If you have nothing to say, then die." Z Yunxiang let out a low grunt, attacking decisively. But at the moment when he was about to attack, "Haha, a group of people bullying a defenseless person. Don't you feel ashamed?" An elegant, calm laugh came from a large tree not far away. He saw an elegant young man with a jade-like face floating on the branch of the tree, laughing in a condescending manner. Su Yu had a deep impression of this person. When he entered the city in order to curry favor with Senior Wei, not only did he cut the queue, he even used his folding fan to point at Senior Wei's chest, forcing him to retreat. This person was none other than one of the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower. With a cultivation level of Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier, his abilities were not to be underestimated. Su Yu's cold gaze swept past him. "What does it have to do with you? Stand to the side and be quiet." Toward this person, even though Su Yu did not want to kill him, it was difficult for him to have a good impression of him. Moreover, it was obvious that he had followed Su Yu from the auction house all the way here. His motive was obvious. Wei Tianqin was determined to get the mountain river dragon bow. Whoosh! The young man floated down, his posture elegant and unhurried. He wore a warm smile, ignoring Su Yu's hostile attitude, introducing himself. "I am the last of the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower, Zhang Shui." For great sons? Zi Yunqiang and Hua Zhilan were secretly shocked. Being in the North Continent, how could he not know the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower? The strongest geniuses of the current generation were the most dazzling existences in the Snow Listening Tower. Even for Zhang Shui, who was the last, there were not many people in the North Continent who were more talented than him. Zhang Shui seemed to have sensed the 2 beautiful women's surprise. He calmly smiled and said, "Since you already know my identity, if you trust me, why don't you leave this matter to me? Zhang Shui!" As he spoke, Zhang Shui walked over. Chapter 3:23. Zhang Shui stopped in his tracks, calmly smiling. "What is it?" "Am I close to you?" Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, calmly asking. Zhang Shui's smile froze, then relaxed. "No, but I am one of the 4 great sons," Su Yu mercilessly interrupted him. "Since we are not close, why should I trust you? What has this matter got to do with you? Since it has nothing to do with you, who are you to meddle in our business?" Zhang Shui froze on the spot, slightly angry. From the first time they met at the city gates, he had disliked Su Yu. He had never thought that he would be the one to provoke Su Yu twice. Suppressing his anger, Zhang Shui forced a smile. "I am one of the 4 great sons. Do you not trust me? As for meddling in other people's business, isn't it the duty of a martial artist to help others when they see injustice?" Su Yu shook his head. "The 4 great sons are famous? Sorry, I've never heard of them. Even if I have, if you want us to trust you, wait until the master of the Snow Listening Tower is here. As for helping others, even a dog that catches a mouse would do the same. You don't need to meddle in our business." Su Yu was merciless. After being rejected repeatedly, Zhang Shui could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. His smile faded, turning into coldness, his expression unfriendly. This young master had good intentions and resolved the grudge between you 2. But you bite the hand that fed you. I will definitely meddle in this matter. Zhang Shui slapped the fan in his hand, his expression furious. Su Yu could not help but laugh. Good intentions? You sure know how to flatter yourself. To put it bluntly, you are just after my mountain river dragon bow. Do you want me to expose you in front of you before you stop? Zhang Shui let out a laugh, arrogantly saying, "A mere deputy palace master of the empire wants to slander me with just a few words. I, Zhang Shui, am one of the 4 great sons. Why would I do such a despicable thing? I just could not stand seeing you all bully him with numbers, and felt injustice for him." Zhang Shui clearly had ill intentions, wanting to steal the mountain river dragon bow. Yet he insisted that he was just trying to help others. Su Yu was amused by his lies. If not for the scene at the city gates, Su Yu would have believed that there was a 10% chance that Zhang Shui was doing something righteous. But from what had happened at the city gates, Su Yu would have believed that Zhang Shui was doing something righteous. "Fine. Then tell me, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" Su Yu asked with a faint smile. Zi Yunqiang was panicking. How could he let an outsider handle this? He was obviously trying to protect Gao Cang. Hua Zhilan frowned slightly. The change in Yinyu's attitude was somewhat unexpected. Tu Long was puzzled as well. From his point of view, Yinyu was not the kind of person who would back down. Why would he agree to such an unreasonable request? Zhang Shui smiled. Haha, looks like you've thought it through. Yu Shui Long saying, Zhang, Su. Zhang Tang. Tuesday. You Zhang you and I with you with. Hearing this, Su Yu laughed. If I remember correctly, you were there as well. Who was the one who paid the price of the divine herb to complete the transaction? Why do you say that the silver bow belongs to him? You stole my silver bow and got injured by me. Is that wrong? Zhang Shui smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, I only saw that you paid the price of the immortal herb. As for whether or not the silver bow will belong to you, I'm not sure. As the organizer, the Tu family had clearly given the silver bow to Gao Cang, so it naturally belongs to him. You injured his people and snatched his things, yet you still have the right to do so? The other party ignored the truth and inverted right and wrong. It was truly laughable. Suyu couldn't be bothered to explain himself, so he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Fine, then what? How are we going to resolve the grudge between us?" Zhang Xue chuckled. "Since you admit it, then it's easy. To resolve the grudge between the two of you, first, return the silver bow that you snatched from him. Secondly, since you injured him, you naturally have to apologize. You must complete the first condition. As for the second," Zhang Xue looked toward Gao Tsang. "Can you give me some face and forgive the other party? After all, you did not explain the matter clearly, causing a misunderstanding. You are also in the wrong. Forgive the other party, how about that?" Gao Tsang felt as if he had been pardoned. How could he not agree? Nodding his head hurriedly. "Fine, fine, I forgive them. I don't need their apology. With the fourth son of the Snow listening tower here, in front of such a strong martial artist. So you would have to lower his head, right?" Zhang Xue wore a smile, looking toward Suyu again. "Haha, how about it? You can forget about the apology and compensation. Just return the silver, bow to the other party." Suyu said, "Other than this, is there anything else?" "No need, this is enough. The grudge between the two of you can be resolved now." Zhang Xue smiled indifferently. Suyu nodded. "All right." After saying this, he took a step forward. Creak! Fresh blood splattered everywhere, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Gao Tsang's head was instantly crushed, turning into a pile of mush. He did not even have the chance to let out a horrible shriek before he was stomped to death. The entire place was silent, shocked by Suyu's sudden action. A thread of fresh blood splattered on Zhang Xue's robes, forming a stark contrast with his stunned expression. After being stunned for some time, Zhang Xue's expression turned sinister. The words he spat out were bone-chilling. "You, what are you doing?" Suyu retracted his leg, gently shaking off the blood. Hearing this, he casually lifted his leg. "Of course I'm killing him. Didn't you see it for yourself?" Zhang Xue's expression became more and more serious. "I'm asking you, why didn't you do as I suggested? I had already helped you resolve the grudge." Suyu spread his hands. "Grudge? I have never thought of resolving the grudge. If I kill him, wouldn't the grudge be written off? How strange. You could have resolved the grudge by stomping on him, but you suggested handing over the divine artifact and apologizing to him. From the first time we met, you have been so long-winded. You are so wishy-washy, even when doing things." Suyu shook his head, turning toward Zi Yunxiang. "I'm sorry. I had wanted you to kill him." Zi Yunxiang froze for a moment, then smiled. "It's all right. You were a student of the Xintian manner for a short period of time. You can barely be considered my disciple." That's good. All right, let's go." Suyu looked at the sky. It was already nighttime. They had to hurry to the training grounds of the Empire of Darkness. Hua Zhilan rolled her eyes at Suyu. She had really thought that Suyu was admitting defeat. To think that, rumble, behind them a tyrannical and terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Zhang Xue's expression was sinister, his anger burning. "Inu, you tricked me." Now that things had come to this, was there a need to say anything? He had purposely given him a chance to mediate, but in the end, he had killed his opponent in front of him. Suyu could not help but turn back, his lips forming a mocking smile. "Tricked you? You were the one who shamelessly wanted to help. What does that have to do with me? No one asked you to be a busybody. Who else can you blame but yourself for humiliating yourself?" Zhang Xue's eyes were filled with killing intent. "You, stop right there." Suyu turned a deaf ear, turning to leave. "I said stop right there." A deafening roar came from behind him. Whoosh! Zhang Xue's body was like lightning, blocking them with a sinister expression. "Hand over the mountain river dragon bow." Zhang Shui forcefully suppressed his killing intent. He had finally revealed his true colors. Chapter 324. Zhang Shui was about to explode in anger, gritting his teeth. I'll say it one last time. Take out the mountain river dragon bow. Su Yu sneered. Since you failed to be a chivalrous hero, you immediately changed your appearance and became a bandit who blocked the road and robbed others. Are the 4 great sons of the snow listening tower just like that? Zhang Shui was furious, letting out a roar. Inu, how dare you? As he roared, a powerful spirit energy formed waves of energy, causing Su Yu's silver hair and long robe to flutter wildly. But no matter how furious he was, Su Yu did not move, saying with disdain, You think you are powerful just because you shout loudly? If you want to snatch something, you need your abilities, not your throat. Zhang Shui was completely furious. You forced me to do this. But at this moment, the sky was filled with a large number of people. At a glance, there were more than 20 of them. Furthermore, they were all Immortal Realm fighters. The lowest cultivation level was Immortal Realm Level 2. Furthermore, the one leading them was Immortal Realm Level 3. Among the people, there was a person dressed in blood, his face filled with hatred and anxiety. Who else could it be other than Tu Minghua? Su Yu glanced over, his gaze turning serious. When his gaze landed on Tu Minghua, he sighed. Indeed, I have to eliminate the roots. Tu Long, who was at the side, wore an ashamed and anxious expression. Su Yu had already spared his life, but the other party did not know what was good for him, gathering a group of people to chase after him. Thump, thump, the 20 people descended like a flood of steel. The person leading them was a tall and sturdy man in armor. He had a full beard and a fierce expression. Tu Long turned serious. Palace Master Inu, be careful. The other party is the vice commander of the Anyu City Guards, Tai Shi. Not only is he powerful, he has rich battle experience and is extremely dangerous. Furthermore, he has personally trained an iron-blooded team. Even though there are not many of them, they are all Immortal Realm Level 2 fighters. Su Yu nodded. Including Tai Shi, there were a total of 2 Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters. Su Yu had a 90% chance of dealing with one of them. He could barely deal with Tai Shi and Zhang Shui at the same time. What made things even more difficult was the 19 Immortal Realm Level 2 city guards glaring at him. Once he fought with the 2 of them, he would have no time to spare for the others. Tu Long could probably protect himself, but Zi Yunxiang and Hua Zhilan were both in the Dragon Realm. In front of an Immortal Realm expert, they did not even have the right to retaliate. They were either captured alive or killed on the spot. The situation was extremely worrying. The only thing he could do now was to escape. However, after Tai Shi descended, he immediately issued an order. Surround the surroundings and seal off all paths of retreat. 19 Immortal Realm Level 2 guards surrounded Su Yu and his group of people in the middle. He couldn't even escape? Su Yu's heart sank slightly. Tu Long had an anxious expression. Master Tu, Palace Master Inu has already let you off once. Why must you be so ruthless? Tu Minghua's gaze shot towards Tu Long, his face tensed up. Humph. He dares to kill me? He is only restraining himself because of the prestige of my Tu family. He wouldn't dare to kill me even if he had the guts. It was clear that Tu Long had knelt down and kowtowed in order to save his life. But now he turned hostile and refused to admit it. Tu Long's eyes were filled with disappointment. Master Tu, on my account, please let this matter go. Tu Minghua's gaze turned fierce, his nostrils flaring. You call yourself Tu Long? You call yourself the young master who ran away from home? He has long disappeared. You impersonated him and came to Anyu City. I have not settled the score with you, yet you have the face to plead for your enemy? These words caused Tu Long's heart to turn cold. How could he not know that the people of the Tu family did not wish for him to return? But even though they knew that he was Tu Long, they still questioned him. It was truly chilling, especially since Tu Minghua's life was obtained by kneeling down and begging for it. Master, Tuesday. Su Yu waved his hands, stopping him from continuing his pleading. To a cruel and unscrupulous person, he has already lost his conscience. Your pleading is just trampling on yourself. Dignity cannot be obtained by begging. It can only be obtained with one's fists. Tu Long blamed himself. It was my soft-heartedness that harmed all of you. He spared Tu Minghua's life, but implicated Su Yu and his group, putting them in a hopeless situation. Zi Yunqiang's face was filled with worry. Even though Su Yu was strong, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. The situation did not look good. Only Hua Zhilan was smiling with her crescent moon-like eyes. Hee Junior, you really know how to cause trouble for me. Hua Zhilan surveyed the surroundings, saying something unexpected. I will leave the Immortal Realm Level 2 people to you. As for the 2 Immortal Realm Level 3s, I will help you deal with them. Su Yu was shocked. Hua Zhilan was merely Dragon Realm Level 7. Yet she dared to say that she could deal with 2 Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters at the same time? Thinking back to how much Palace Masterling valued her, Su Yu was suspicious. It was rumored that Hua Zhilan was the prodigy of the 100 Territories Alliance, and Euro could not compare to her. After that, she joined the Empire of Darkness and was heavily nurtured by Palace Masterling, to the extent that he personally brought her out. The strangest thing was that Palace Masterling had said that Su Yu was a formidable opponent for Hua Zhilan's cultivation. Buzz. As Su Yu was thinking, Hua Zhilan's body released a faint glow. He had seen this scene before. When Inspector Bai He attacked, Hua Zhilan's body turned into a glow, then reformed into a human form. It was extremely mysterious. Light-shadow technique. Hua Zhilan muttered softly. Her whole body released a bright glow, like a dazzling sun, making it hard for people to look at her. Tu Minghua's expression turned serious. This is the legendary body of light. Absorbing sunlight allows one's cultivation level to increase continuously. Furthermore, one can form a second body, 2 bodies cultivating at the same time. Hearing this, Su Yu was shocked. To think that there was such a body in this world. Buzz, a strange scene appeared. When the sunlight dispersed, Hua Zhilan was still standing at her original position, but a dazzling figure appeared behind her. Her whole body released a white glow, as if it was a physical body formed by light. From the outline, it looked exactly like Hua Zhilan. This was the body of light's second body. The most shocking thing was that after releasing her second body, Hua Zhilan's cultivation level shot up into the sky. From Dragon Realm Level 7 to Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier, Tu Minghua gasped. When the body of light sealed the second body, it sealed her cultivation level as well. In other words, Hua Zhilan's true cultivation level should be Immortal Realm Level 3. Now that the second body was released, it was revealed. Most importantly, the second body formed by light was the same as Hua Zhilan, Immortal Realm Level 3. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu's side had 2 more Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters, coupled with Su Yu, who could kill an Immortal Realm Level 2 peak. The danger was greatly alleviated. This Hua Zhilan was indeed different. Su Yu felt relieved, calmly smiling. Senior sister, I'll leave the other 19 city guards and the task of protecting them to you. Leave the 2 Immortal Realm Level 3s to me. Su Yu naturally had his considerations for this decision. He alone had to deal with 19 city guards, as well as protect Zi Yunxiang. It was a little taxing for him. Hua Zhilan could create a clone to protect Zi Yunxiang, while the other clone could kill the remaining city guards. The 2 Hua Xylins looked toward Su Yu, rolling their eyes. You can deal with Immortal Realm Level 3s. Even though your level of comprehension is not bad, and your Immortal level technique is Stage 1 top class, there is a world of difference between Immortal Realm Level 3 and Immortal Realm Level 2. Su Yu calmly smiled. You are not the only one hiding your abilities. Chapter 3:25. Although she did not say anything, along the way, Su Yu had repeatedly displayed shocking abilities, which had already shocked Hua Zhilan. A mere immortal level 1 peak could defeat an immortal level 2 peak. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. In particular, Su Yu's attainments in cultivation techniques caused Hua Zhilan to gasp in amazement. It was just that this was her personality, so she pretended not to know. Now that he heard that Su Yu was still hiding something, how could he not be shocked? Tu Minghua said solemnly, Commander Taisher, watch out! Taisher stared at Hua Zhilan, his nostrils flared. Do I need you to tell me? You've caused such a huge commotion in the auction house. The clan will make you pay. Tu Minghua was embarrassed, and his gaze toward Su Yu was filled with hatred. If not for Su Yu, everything would have gone smoothly. Taisher's fierce gaze shot toward Zhang Shuai, and his voice was loud and clear. If I'm not mistaken, you're Zhang Shuai of the Snow's Lament Pavilion's 4 great young masters, right? If you also want to obtain the Mountain River Dragon Bow, it seems that you must first team up with me. After this, we'll decide who gets the silver bow based on our own ability. Zhang Shuai didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. All right. Hua Zhilan's sudden outburst gave him a fright. It was equivalent to 2 Immortal Realm level 3 fighters. With such battle capabilities, if he was alone, he could only escape. We, the 4 great young masters of Snow's Lament Tower, are extremely willing to help you deal with some cruel people. Zhang Shuai laughed. Taisher's gaze remained on Hua Zhilan and did not shift away from her at all. Sir Shuai, let's begin. However, just as the 2 of them were about to attack Hua Zhilan, his body turned into a ball of light and disappeared into thin air. The next time she appeared, she was behind the 19 guardians, and she waved her hand in the air. Pa, pa, pa! At once, the 3 Immortal Realm Level 2 city guards were sent flying 100 meters away easily. Before they could even let out a horrible shriek, the 3 Immortal Realm Level 2 city guards died tragically on the spot. He, too weak. You have to work harder. Hua Zhilan's crescent, moon-like eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. After 100 years, your 2 family has become a little complacent. Let me help you learn from your mistakes. With that, he waved his hand again, and another 3 city guards died on the spot. Taisher's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat and defend, but he heard Zhang Shuai say solemnly, Commander Taisher, let's practice and deal with the doppelganger first. Commander Iron Lion gritted his teeth and joined forces with Zhang Shuai to attack the doppelganger. The light shadow clone protected Zi Yunxiang, and Tu Long behind it. Just as the 2 of them were flying over, a silver-haired figure flew in front of them. Your opponent is me. Su Yu stood with his arms crossed, facing 2 strong martial artists of Immortal Realm Level 3 at the same time. Instead of being worried, Zhang Shuai rejoiced. Are you courting death? Su Yu shook his head coldly. Haha, a chivalrous man is so open and above-board, joining forces with others to besiege one person. As a mere deputy palace master, of course I have to take the side of the evildoer. In other words, the 2 of them were shameless and joined forces to attack the clone. Humph, she's in cahoots with you, so she's obviously not a good person. You're all thieves, and everyone has the right to punish you. Zhang Shuai tried to defend himself. Taisher frowned. You talk too much nonsense. Attack immediately. Kill both of them at the same time. Su Yu creased his brows. The 2 family had the guts to kill anyone from the Empire of Darkness. It could be seen that the 2 family had the confidence to face the Empire of Darkness in such a manner. Zhang Shuai let out a grunt, launching a pincer attack with Taisher. Su Yu did not move. Only his deep, starry eyes gathered a cold glow. Finally, the 2 of them appeared within 3 zhang of Su Yu. Hiss! Su Yu finally moved, abruptly taking in a breath of air. At that moment, the spirit energy of heaven and earth moved violently. A terrifying destructive energy was brewing in Suyu's mouth. Finally, it turned into a ball of destructive energy, heading for the two of them. What? Tai Shi and Zhang Xue's expressions changed at the same time. Their attention was focused on the doppelganger, and they did not see Suyu as a threat. How could they defend against Suyu's terrifying attack when they were caught off guard? Buddhist Saints 8 Characters. Lin. The heaven-shaking Buddhist voice shook the surroundings. Dust flew everywhere, the spirit energy of heaven and earth moving violently. The destructive sound wave radiated outward with the power to swallow the heavens and earth. Pooh! Pooh! The two figures were like fallen leaves, drifting in 2 different directions. Along the way, blood splattered everywhere. Their bodies were a mess of flesh and blood. They were seriously injured, but Suyu also spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. The techniques they used to attack the doppelganger had changed to attack Suyu in a hurry, even though their power had been reduced by more than half because they were in a hurry. But when the two of them attacked at the same time, the power was no weaker than a complete attack of an immortal realm, level 3. Buzz, buzz, a ball of light attacked, enveloping Suyu. It was the doppelganger. Suyu did not have time to examine his injuries, saying hurriedly, "Go, quickly cripple their cultivation levels or kill them." Buzz, the doppelganger turned into a ball of light, flickering behind Tai Shi and Zhang Xue in the blink of an eye. After crippling their cultivation levels, it brought them in front of Suyu. Hua Zhilan's main body had already killed all of the city guards. The doppelganger was carrying 2 heavily injured bodies. In this battle, other than Suyu being seriously injured, there were no casualties. The dangerous situation had been easily resolved. But at this moment, I have waited for this moment for a long time. A raspy female voice floated over from the unseen world. The voice was fleeting, and the source of the voice could not be determined. Surveying the surroundings, he could not detect the presence of anyone. Suyu's heart was thumping wildly, his eyelids trembling continuously. A cold feeling of death descended upon him without any warning. Not good. Time control. Suyu gave a low grunt, instantly entering 3 times the normal time flow. Sweeping his gaze across, a scene that caused his pupils to dilate appeared. Behind the doppelganger, there was a ball of twisted, pitch-black shadow. Like a ghost, it was lying behind the doppelganger. What was horrifying was that the doppelganger, with the abilities of an immortal realm level 3, did not detect it at all. She was completely unaware, carrying 2 heavily injured bodies, quickly flying back to Suyu. "Be careful!" Suyu gave a loud roar. The doppelganger did not understand, but the ball of twisted black shadow behind it had already made its move. A pitch-black palm pierced through the doppelganger's chest. The doppelganger looked down in disbelief, its body disintegrating, turning into spots of light as it dissipated, completely revealing the black shadow. It was a human-shaped shadow, but it was extremely twisted. "It is your turn, Palace Master Inu. No one can save you." The black shadow's voice was raspy, like a ferocious ghost. Whoosh! The black shadow suddenly dissipated. Suyu could not even detect a hint of strangeness. But the sharp Suyu could detect a ball of warm air blowing past his ear from behind him. He had already arrived behind him. Hua Zhilan was still 100 zhang away, unable to save him in time. No, to be more accurate, he should be thankful that she had not gotten close. The doppelganger did not even detect the presence of the black shadow and was easily killed. If Hua Zhilan had come over, she would not have the ability to resist, and would have been killed by the strange black shadow. As for Suyu, he was heavily injured. He had suffered the combined attack of 2 immortal realm level 3 fighters, and his injuries were severe. His body could barely move. "Die!" A cold, raspy voice came from behind him. A A cold feeling entered his soul from his back. Chapter 326. At the moment of death, Suyu's left eye glowed with a purple light. Seal of time. A formless purple dragon coiled around the person behind him. The approaching black figure paused for a moment. Whoosh! A one-armed figure flew out from the side, supporting Suyu and leaping away. Palace Master Jilan, bring Palace Master Inu and run. I will cover you. Tu Long flew over, handing Suyu over to Hua Jilan, shouting. Hua Jilan froze. Cover him? With the terrifying abilities of the black-robed man, Tu Long had no chance of surviving. The time he could buy was insignificant. He was sending himself to his death. I should have died, but Palace Master Inu forgave me. I will return this life to you. Tu Long was relieved. His body was crippled, his cultivation level half crippled. It would be difficult for him to return to his family. He had no more regrets. Hua Jilan nodded, holding on to Suyu with one hand, grabbing Zi Yunxiang with the other, flying away. At this moment, the distorted black figure recovered from its frozen state. One could faintly see the silhouette of a woman, her eyes filled with shock. Trying to escape? The woman let out a cold grunt, her figure twisting, turning into a ray of light as she gave chase. Tu Long clenched his teeth, striking his own chest with his palm. Under the immense force, he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the sky. Within the rain of blood, an almost transparent figure, stained with blood, was shooting toward Hua Jilan. Found her. Tu Long used his self-mutilation method to barely find the figure of the black figure, giving chase. Scram! The woman was furious, shooting out a bolt of spirit energy. Tu Long blocked with all his might, but was sent flying 100 meters away, spitting out blood along the way. He was severely injured. Suyu lifted his eyelids with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock. Tu Long! They were supposed to be mortal enemies. However, due to a freak combination of factors, they had become half enemies and half friends. Now, with a great enemy in front of them, he was willing to sacrifice himself to give Suyu a chance to escape. How could Suyu not be moved? Suyu's eyes were filled with hatred, and he shot the brush toward the woman, taking advantage of the fact that he was heavily injured to launch a sneak attack, nearly killing him. This person had to die, perhaps because she was stained with blood. The woman's distorted black figure weakened. Her true form gradually revealed. It's you, Han Jianglin's woman. Suyu had some impression of this woman. Together with Gao Tsang, he followed Han Jianglin to Anyue City. The woman's expression changed. She seized the opportunity when Suyu was heavily injured to launch a fatal attack. Unfortunately, he failed on the verge of success, and his face was exposed. If he did not quickly kill everyone present, and the Empire of Darkness found out. At that time, even without the Empire of Darkness hunting her down, she would still be silenced by Han Jianglin and be cleared of any involvement. Don't even think about leaving. This woman was naturally Zhen Yulian. He was proficient in assassination techniques. Although he was only an immortal level 3 upper tier, he could kill people without them noticing. He was not any weaker than a level 3 peak. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly changed. A tyrannical and earth-shattering aura rolled over. There were 100 strong martial artists of the immortal realm. They were vast and mighty, like dark clouds. An unparalleled aura crushed all living beings. 100 strong martial artists of the immortal realm? Such a lineup was sufficient to compete with the 3 super forces of the northern continent. Zhen Yulian revealed a doubtful look. Tu family? Clenching her teeth, Zhen Yulian had no choice but to retreat. Even though Han Jianglin was related to the Tu family, if the Tu family found out that he had killed a deputy palace master, the situation would be even worse. The light became distorted, and Zhen Yulian escaped on the spot. Hua Jilan's expression changed. bringing the two of them to escape quickly. However, her movement techniques were not her forte. Coupled with the fact that she was bringing the two of them, she could not escape too far. Soon, she was surrounded by the 100 strong martial artists of the immortal realm, feeling the cold killing intent. Hua Zhilan's crescent moon eyes turned cold. The two family hid themselves so deeply? In the past few hundred years, you have grown so strong in secret? The two families stayed in the forest of darkness all year round, and it was difficult for outsiders to find out about their power. Who could have expected that in the past few hundred years they had secretly nurtured such a huge power, to the point where they could form a four-legged power in the northern continent? Even the Empire of Darkness would not have expected that. The two family, once one of the 8 great ancient clans, had recovered 1/10 of its strength. An apathetic light laugh could be heard from the crowd. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The 100 strong martial artists of the immortal realm lowered their heads, opening a path in an orderly fashion. Welcome, young master! The two families' young master, after too long, gave up his identity as the two families' young master. Someone naturally replaced him. In the midst of the welcome, a young man dressed in luxurious silk clothes walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. He was about 20 years old, had an ordinary appearance, and looked somewhat similar to Tu Long. He had an extraordinary demeanor, a cold expression, and an evil smile. According to the rumors, Palace Master Zhilan is as beautiful as a fairy. However, she has never shown her true face to anyone. I would like to see if she lives up to her name under the veil. The two families' young master stared at Hua Zhilan with an evil smile, sizing her up secretly. Hua Zhilan's eyes were filled with coldness, but she was smiling. How can you believe the rumors? Since I have never shown my true face to anyone, how would outsiders know that I am as beautiful as a fairy? It is merely a rumor spread by busybodies. As for the two family, why did you surround the Empire's deputy palace master publicly? The two families' young master glanced at the dead two family city guards as well as Gaotsong. He curled his lips, drawing an evil arc in the air. You killed the city guards, created havoc in the auction house, and killed the bidders. As the manager of Anua City, I naturally have to let you go back and give us an explanation. No matter what your identity is, you have to be punished for breaking the rules of Anua City. Your identity as the Empire's deputy palace master might have some weight in other places, but in Anua City, it is not worth mentioning. The other party was determined to kill them. Hua Zhilan laughed meaningfully. Since when was the Empire of Darkness not worth mentioning in front of the two family? Looks like you are very confident in yourselves after hiding your strength for a few hundred years. Hua Zhilan exhaled and said methodically, Your auction house tried to swallow the treasures of our customers. You even sent people to kill us after the auction. Of course, we have to retaliate. The ones who are breaking the rules of Anua City are you, not us. The two families' young master stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled evilly. Rules of Anua City? The rules here are that if the two family can set rules, they can break them. Don't talk about coveting your treasures. Even if we want your lives, it is within the rules. Do you understand? The two families' young master had a cold smile. Hua Zhilan was about to speak again, but was stopped by Suyu. He is right. Whoever has the bigger fist represents the rules. There is no point in talking further. Put me down. Hua Zhilan carefully supported Suyu's arm, allowing him to stand with difficulty. Lifting his eyes, Suyu calmly looked toward the two families' young master. Leave immediately before we fight to the death. Your two family will still have a sliver of hope. The two families' young master had a disdainful expression. Ridiculous! Now that things have come to this, do you think that I will allow you to live? Also, the two families' young master had an evil smile as he looked at Hua Zhilan, then passed by Ziyinshiang. It is rare for two beauties to come to Anua City. How can I not receive you well? he still had designs on the two of them. So, Palace Master Inu, give up. Even if you kneel down and beg me, it is useless. Go, capture them. But at this moment, Suyu shook his head. Who told you that I was begging you? I am only giving you a chance. The two families' young master sneered. With your current appearance, what bargaining chips do you have to negotiate with me? With your self-righteous status as the Empire's deputy palace master? You are unwilling to let go of your pointless dignity. Pitiful! But at this moment, a shapeless vortex energy enveloped Hua Zhilan and Zi Yunxiang without a sound. This is a distortion of space. It can send them to a very far place. If they return to the Empire of Darkness and report what happened here, what do you think will happen to the two family? The two families' young master's pupils dilated, his expression turning serious. How many magical powers do you have? To the two family, if any one of them escaped, it would mean their destruction. Su, you calmly laughed. You only have two choices. First, I will transport them out. What awaits the two family is the destruction of the Empire of Darkness. Second, get out of here before things get to the worst stage. The two families' young master froze, his expression changing. If he insisted on killing Su Yu, Hua Zhilan and Zi Yunxiang would escape and report to the Empire of Darkness. The crime of killing a deputy palace master was enough to anger the King of Darkness, especially since the King of Darkness had shown mercy and let the two family off. If the Empire of Darkness took revenge, there was a high chance that the two family would be annihilated. The best course of action was to stop before the two deputy palace masters were harmed. That way, the Empire of Darkness might not go to war. But if he let Su Yu off, he could not forgive the two family members that Su Yu had killed, not to mention the middle-grade divine artifact Mountain River Dragon, Bao, that shook the North Continent. Clenching his teeth, the two families' young master's expression turned ugly. Did he have a choice? Logic triumphed over his emotions. The two families' young master stared at Su Yu coldly. You win! He could not do anything about Su Yu wreaking havoc in the two families' territory. Let's go. The two families' young master felt humiliated, turning to leave. When he passed by the heavily injured Tulong, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Bring him along! Su Yu's expression changed. Stop. He's my man. Shut up. The two families' young master turned his head coldly. He is a traitor of the two family. Bringing him back to receive punishment is a matter of the two family. Is it up to an outsider like you to interfere? You should take care of yourself first. Don't push your luck. As the new young master, it was obvious that the two families' young master would not allow the former young master, Tulong, to live. But if he were to execute Tulong in front of everyone, he would be criticized. He might as well bring Tulong back to the family to be punished. With the crime of colluding with Palace Master Inu, even if he did not die, he would be skinned alive. Su Yu watched as the two family members brought the heavily injured Tulong away, his heart filled with hatred. Even if he were not injured, he would not have been able to stop them. Seeing them leave, Su Yu clenched his fists. If not for Tulong, he would have died in the hands of Zhan Yulian. If Su Yu did not repay her for saving his life, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Hua Zhilan sighed. Even though Tulong was a bandit for 10 years, he is still a loyal person. This kind of person should not die here. Let's go to the training grounds and improve our physical bodies. Then think of a way to save him. Su Yu looked coldly in the direction of Anue City. Fine. I will remember this debt. Tulong had snatched his silver bow, forced him to the point of being seriously injured, and even killed him. If he did not take revenge for this, he would not be human. But before we leave, shouldn't we deal with these two scum? Su Yu's cold gaze swept past, his gaze like a sharp arrow, shooting toward Zhang Xue and Tu Minghua, who were lying on the ground. Tai Shi was brought back by the two family members, while Tu Minghua was seriously injured and neglected. Didn't one of you want to help me? And didn't the other think that I would not dare to kill you? With Hua Zhilan's support, Su Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intents. Half of his injuries were due to the shameless Zhang Shui. He had coveted the silver bow, but acted righteously and forcefully attacked. The other half was due to Tu Minghua, who had repaid kindness with evil. Tu Long's kindness of begging for mercy had been thrown to the back of his mind by this heartless and unscrupulous person, who had chased after Tu Long with his troops. Both of them could not be left alive. Chapter 3:27. Tu Minghua fell to the ground, heavily injured. He could not speak, his eyes filled with a pleading glow. I'm sorry. Spare me. Driven by his will to live, Tu Minghua begged intermittently. Su Yu walked over with Hua Zhilan's support, his expression filled with disdain. You seem to have forgotten that during the auction, you also had such a fearful and pleading expression. You also said you were sorry and asked me to spare your life. Back then, who was the one who begged for your life? Who was the one who served me for 3 years? It was Tu Long. He knew that you harbored ill intentions towards him, knew that the Tu family would not accept him, but on account that we are from the same clan, he still knelt and became a slave for 3 years, all for the sake of our clan. But what did you do? Su Yu felt indignant for Tu Long. He put down his pride and begged to spare your life, but you immediately sent people to kill him? You knew that he was your previous young master, Tu Long, but you lied through your teeth, insisting that he was an impostor, accusing him of colluding with me. You denied that he had to kneel and kowtow to save you. Are you a beast? Tu Minghua's lips trembled. I'm sorry, but there was only fear in his eyes. There was no remorse, only the fear of survival. Su Yu's gaze turned ice cold. Die, 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 die. Creak! Even without Su Yu attacking, Hua Zhilan was already filled with disgust, piercing his forehead with a finger. Following which, Su Yu's gaze turned to Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui's injuries were much lighter than Tu Minghua's. He struggled to get up, but Hua Zhilan's finger shattered his calf, causing him to fall to the ground with a pathetic cry. You want to kill me? I advise you to consider the consequences. Zhang Shui clutched his calf, his handsome face contorted in pain. Su Yu's expression was cold. Consequences? When you were preparing to kill them and seize their treasures, did you ever think about the terrifying consequences of doing so? Could it be that the snow listening tower is already so powerful that the Empire of Darkness cannot touch you, but you can kill us without fear? Zhang Shui's expression changed continuously, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Senior Wei Tianqian is in Anyuas City. If you kill me, he will not let you off. Hearing this, Su Yu snorted disdainfully. What is there to be afraid of? He's just a lowly person who hides behind others. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. You covet the mountain river dragon bow, but care about your feathers. You let your junior take action, while you hide behind and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. If I'm afraid of someone like him, wouldn't that mean that I'm inferior to him? Su Yu's resolute attitude caused Zhang Shui to regret his actions. Yingyu, forgive and forget. I didn't cause you any actual harm. Let's resolve this grudge. In the future, I might even be grateful to you. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Su Yu paused for a moment, then shook his head indifferently. I might not be ruthless in my actions, but I might spare those who are worthy of my mercy. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the recent ones. The Lucian faction master had wanted to kill him that day. In the end, when Su Yu descended upon the Lucian faction, he did not kill him. Tu Long had caused him more trouble than the Lucian faction master. In fact, Tu Long had caused Su Yu to be on the brink of death a few times. However, he did not kill Tu Long on account of Tu Long's kindness. It's a pity that I can't see any reason to spare your life. Su Yu shook his head indifferently. Letting someone like Tu Minghua off once is enough. There is no need for him to suffer a second time. So, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing the wrong person to kill for his treasure. If not for him forcefully intervening in the matter between Su Yu and Gao Tsang. Speaking of justice and helping to resolve the grudge, even if Su Yu did not like him, he would not have attacked for no reason. He had harmed himself. Creak! This time, it was Zi Yunxiang who attacked, slicing his heart with a sword. Why waste your breath on such a person? Zi Yunxiang said in disgust. It is rumored that the 4 great sons are pure and have noble characters. It is not the first time I have admired them. Now that I have met them, I know that it is merely a halo given to them by an outsider. The moon was incomplete, and its fullness was negative. There was no such thing as a perfect person in the world. The more perfect he was, the more hypocritical he was. It is getting late. Let's set off quickly. Hua Zhilan grabbed the 2 of them, flying away. 2 hours later, deep within the dark forest. This place is at the edge of the dark forest. There are often footprints of humans here. Hence, demonic beasts rarely appear. Hua Zhilan brought the 2 of them to a collapsed relic. The once glorious pavilion had been weathered by the wind and rain. All that was left was a pile of rubble and soil. A large patch of desolate wormwood grew wantonly. If Hua Zhilan had not come here intentionally, it would be difficult to discover that under the wormwood was a place forgotten by humans. Break! Hua Zhilan took a deep breath. She gathered more than half of her energy, turning it into a palm that blasted open the ground beneath her feet. Crack! With a dull thud, the ground was blasted open, creating a fissure the size of 2 people. An iron door lying on the ground appeared without a sound. The metal door was pitch black, but it had a new look that did not fit in with the relic. This is a spell that Palace Masterling shot down after discovering that there was a valuable place for training hidden under the relic. It can only be activated with the seal of a Vice Palace Master. As she spoke, Hua Zhilan took out her and Su Yu's seals, pressing them onto the metal door. When the 2 came into contact, the metal door exploded with a black glow. A formless suction force pulled the 3 of them into the door. Su Yu felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, Su Yu realized that he was in a brightly lit secret underground room. It was less than 100 square feet. It was extremely spacious. There was only a pool in the middle of the underground room. It could only fit 6 people. Moreover, the pool was crimson, giving off a dreamy color. Su Yu felt dizzy after taking a few glances. Hua Zhilan's eyes were filled with surprise. She stared at the pool, unable to suppress her excitement. This is our destination, the dream-glazed pool. Hua Zhilan took a light breath, suppressing her excitement. Su Yu raised his brows. Didn't we come here to train? The so-called training was to travel around the world and temper oneself. If they were to stay in the pool, how could they train? Ever since they entered the basement, Hua Zhilan's pair of beautiful eyes could no longer leave the pool. As she walked quickly towards the pool, she explained, the training of the body is a training. The training of the heart is also a training. The pool water of the dream-glazed pool will lead you into a dream, allowing you to train your heart. Usually, after passing through the dream, the distracting thoughts in your heart will gradually be resolved. The obstacles in your heart will melt, and your soul and body will become one. There will no longer be any obstacles on the path of cultivation, and your training speed will be much faster. At the same time, you can use the power of the heart to increase your level of comprehension. It is extremely effective for comprehending techniques and the like. Hearing this, Su Yu was surprised. This training was to train one's heart? Moreover, it was extremely effective for comprehending techniques. Su Yu's Buddhist saint's 8 characters had long been cultivated to the limit of the entry level. However, there was a barrier that he could not break through to the lower class. It was as if he was lacking something. As for the divine decree, it was clearly divine grade. However, its power was not as strong as he had imagined. it was also lacking something. Techniques and divine decree had troubled Suyu for a long time. Could he use the dream glazed pool to find a breakthrough? Chapter 328. Zi Yunxiang bit her lips. Can I enter as well? Hua Zhilan creased her brows, a little unreasonable. I brought you here because you followed Inu. Only the vice palace masters have the right to enter the pool. These words caused Zi Yunxiang's ears to tremble, and she lowered her head, subconsciously. Let her in. The spirit pool is big enough. Suyu smiled warmly. Hua Zhilan rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. Do you know how difficult it is to enter the spirit pool? Only one pool is formed every 5 years, and the 10 vice palace masters want to enter even if they have to. The more people that enter, the weaker the effects will be. Will you take responsibility if she affects the effects of our tempering? Suyu said, the 2 of us cannot finish using the spirit pool, so why waste it? Let her in. She will be by my side, so she won't affect you. Is that okay? At this point, what else could Hua Zhilan do? She pouted, full of grievance. Really, why am I the only one who has to work so hard to enter? While the 2 of you get the chance so easily. Suyu smiled. Yunxiang, come in. Zi Yunxiang's eyes glistened, full of gratitude. Her red face was apologetic, and she curiously entered the pool, sticking close to Suyu to prevent disturbing Hua Zhilan. Entering the pool, the liquid soaked her body, just reaching her chest. Zi Yunxiang's clothes were drenched, and her skin was faintly discernible under the red liquid. 2 voluptuous breasts stuck close to her chest, forming a heart-stirring arc in the spiritual liquid. Under the faint red steam, Zi Yunxiang's beautiful face looked dreamy and illusory, like a fairy covered in red clouds. At such a close distance, Suyu was slightly distracted, his stomach uncontrollably igniting a flame. Suyu snapped out of it, averting his gaze, forcing himself to calm down. As if sensing Suyu's slightly heated gaze, Zi Yunxiang's red face became even redder. She turned her body, slightly, lowering her head without a word. Suyu took a few deep breaths. After calming down, he closed his eyes, attempting the so-called tempering. Not long after Suyu closed his eyes, the dizziness grew stronger. Along with a wave of pain in his mind, strands of memories and comprehension flowed silently into his heart like flowing water. Xian-Er's beautiful figure, like a wild spirit, quietly flashed in his mind. The first time they met in the Twilight Mountains, the second time they met, she was his fiancée. When they first met, her cute and mischievous voice. When they met again, her clear and bright eyes. When they parted, her lonely hesitation. These scenes were like time, like dust, filling every corner of his heart. Faint affection, gentle, tender love, bursts of heart-wrenching pain, settled in a long river of life, turning into specks of light, weak but never extinguished. In the pool, Suyu clutched his chest. There was a tingling pain there. It was nostalgia, worry, and guilt. Is Xian-Er doing well? Was he happy? Was he lonely? When she was alone, did anyone talk to her? When she missed her father, did anyone comfort her? When crying, is there a shoulder to lean on? Without him by her side, was Xian all right? A wisp of moisture rippled in the corner of Suyu's eyes. Within the crimson mist, a dreamy luster flickered. He had left Xian-Er for too long. It was time to get her back. This thought reverberated in the depths of Suyu's soul and reached his heart, causing the emotions hidden in the depths of his soul to surge out. I want to see Xian-Er, Suyu muttered. At this moment, his thoughts were clear, as if they had been blocked for a long time. A look of understanding blossomed on Suyu's face. Xian-Er was the hidden obsession in his heart. The long period of suppression had become a knot in his heart, affecting his comprehension of techniques and divine decree. Now, this bit of suppression had turned into motivation, allowing Suyu's faith to be clear. But it was still not enough. When Xian-Er's memories faded, another figure quietly appeared. Just like her name, just like her person. Gentle and aloof, like a fairy from the world, like a fairy from a painting. Xia Jingyu, a woman who shook Su Yu's heart. Just like her name, she was like the quiet summer rain, silently moisturizing everything. Unknowingly, she had been deeply imprinted in Su Yu's soul. He could not get rid of her, never to forget her. Was it her every word and action? Or was it her quiet and elegant companionship? Or was it something that Su Yu had never met? When they first met, she had given him the credit. When they met again, she had helped him at the relic. When he was besieged, she had stood up to help him. Also, in the evil forest, the beautiful figure who never left him, the tears she shed for him, the coldness when she drew her sword against the holy king for him, and the promise to watch over the world on his behalf. As he reminisced, Su Yu felt as if he was standing on the ground again, looking up at her as she rode the rock, soaring into the sky. It was only at this moment that Su Yu realized that she had been crying when she left. That pair of misty, colorful eyes, that otherworldly clear shadow, and those subtle memories were now stirring Su Yu's heart like surging dust, like floating ripples, and like rapid raindrops. At this moment, he realized that in his life, there was once a woman who was willing to do anything for him. At this moment, he realized that in his soul, her imprint was so deep, so hard to erase. Where was she? Was she well? Or was she still alone, smiling with determination, using her eyes to watch over the world in Su Yu's place? He owed her too much, so much that Su Yu could not bear it. Ruo Xian'er was an unbearable burden in his life. Xia Jingyu was an unbearable burden in his life. At this moment, Su Yu felt as if he had experienced his life all over again. He saw Xia Jingyu again, relishing every detail of their relationship. An indescribable pain was imprinted in his chest, lingering for a long time. A tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. Crash! The sound of waves came from the depths of his soul, as if a long river that had been silent for a long time was once again flowing. Su Yu's soul had never been so clear, never been so light. Understanding what he was thinking, understanding his true feelings, his soul was elevated. The memories faded. Su Yu regained consciousness, but he was still immersed in the realistic, yesterday's memories, unable to extricate himself for a long time. The stinging pain in his chest and the surging emotions in his heart were like the never-ending teardrops at the corner of his eye. After a long time, Su Yu's eyelids twitched. He slowly opened his eyes, which were hazy with tears. His once deep eyes were now filled with sorrow and nostalgia. Ever since he had left Shenhua Island, his soul had never been so clear and clear. Xian'er, Xia Jingyu, Su Yu murmured hoarsely. He felt his heart was empty, like the sky, lonely and desolate. After standing still for a long time, Su Yu secretly clenched his fists. After this trip, he had to at least visit Xian'er to resolve the knot in his heart. "You're finally awake. I thought you would never wake up from your dream." Hua Zhilan's dissatisfaction could be heard. Looking around, she and Zi Yunxiang had already reached the shore. In the pool, the spiritual liquid was only ankle deep. Su Yu stood up, but realized that his body was as stiff as a stone statue. Chapter 329. It's best if you rest here for a while. After not moving for half a month, it would be strange if your body wasn't stiff. Hua Zhilan rolled her eyes at him. The two of them had finished tempering their hearts in 3 days, but Su Yu had gone through half a month. The more complicated one's heart was, the longer it would take to temper one's heart. Both of them couldn't understand what kind of heavy memories Su Yu was carrying on his back. Half a month? Just 2 short memories, but half a month had already passed? All of a sudden, Su Yu felt a sense of vicissitudes, as if it was just a dream. After quietly circulating his spiritual energy and harmonizing his body, Su Yu discovered, to his surprise, that his cultivation base had broken through a few levels silently. From a mortal level 1 peak, to Immortal Level 2 upper tier in one go. Such an effect was in no way inferior to the Myriad Spirit Fortune Pill. Taking a closer look, Hua Zhilan had broken through from Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier to upper tier. She was refreshed and had an extra shred of elegance. This was the result of tempering her heart. Zi Yunxiang had also broken through from Dragon Realm Level 5 upper tier to Dragon Realm Level 7 upper tier. She had crossed 2 whole realms. It could be said that she had reached the heavens in a single bound. Even Su Yu's cultivation had not advanced by leaps and bounds like hers. Her once beautiful face now had an ethereal feel to it. This was the effect of the spiritual liquid. After experiencing the heart tempering, the three of them had gained a lot. At that moment, when Suyu tried to comprehend Buddhist saints' 8 characters and heaven's sun gazing at air again, he suddenly realized that the obscure and difficult techniques that he had once found hard to understand were now simple and smooth. The barrier that was hard to break was also on the verge of collapse. With just a little comprehension, he would be able to make a breakthrough. Boom! Roar! However, at this moment, the entire basement shook violently. Hua Zhilan's eyes were filled with worry. Damn it, again! Su Yu's gaze turned grave. What happened? Zi Yinxiang's face paled. It's a demonic beast. We've been here for 5 days, and there are already demonic beasts gathering here. They're trying to break through the iron door and enter the underground chamber. They've already been attacking for 10 days. It's the beast tide. Su Yu's pupils contracted. Before they came, Palace Masterlings said that, according to the intelligence, the beast stampede was coming. But unexpectedly, it was at least a month earlier than expected. They were at the edge of the dark forest. If there are demonic beasts here, it means that Anua City has already been attacked by demonic beasts. The monstrous beast that is attacking us is no small matter. It is said that the 3rd Deputy Palace Master had once tried to attack this door, but it did not budge at all. However, this attacking monstrous beast is able to shake the entire space. Hua Zhilan's expression turned solemn. Su Yu's eyes flashed. 3rd Deputy Palace Master? How strong is he? The 4th Deputy Palace Master in Fang was an Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier. Then the 3rd Deputy Palace Master, Immortal Realm Level 3 peak. Hua Zhilan paused between each word. Su Yu was shocked, gasping lightly. So, the demonic beast that attacked is most likely Immortal Realm Level 4? Immortal Realm Level 4. In front of such powerful abilities, everything would be destroyed. Even with the combined strength of the 3 of them, they would not be able to harm a single hair on this demonic beast. Boom! The demonic beasts continued to attack. Every time they attacked, the basement would shake. It's no longer possible. That metal door can only last for another 5 days at most. 5 days later, the demonic beast will no longer be obstructed. Hua Zhilan's eyes were filled with seriousness. Even though the 2 of them did not say anything, Su Yu understood that he was a burden to the 2 of them. If they could leave earlier, why would they be blocked by the demonic beast? They were in such a predicament because they were waiting for Su Yu. Give me some time. Su Yu sat down cross-legged, thinking quickly. The only thing he could do now was to increase his abilities in order to fight against the Immortal Realm Level 4 demonic beast. If he were to comprehend techniques, Su Yu had no confidence that he could cultivate Buddhist saints' 8 characters to lower class within 5 days. Even if Heaven's sun gazing at air broke through to stage 1 top class, he might not be able to fight against a strong fighter like an Immortal Realm Level 4. As for the Divine Decree, he had no clue. There was only one way to increase his abilities. Thump! Su Yu had a thought. A dim light flashed in his robes, and a silver light appeared. Following that, the ground shook. It was as if a mountain had suddenly fallen. Hua Zhilan and Zi Yunxiang were shocked. Looking at it, they were shocked. Mountain River Dragon Bow? Didn't you shift it to another place? Why is it on you? Suyu had no time to reply, gripping the bow solemnly. Even though his cultivation level had reached Immortal Realm Level 2 upper tier, it was extremely strenuous for him to lift the bow. He had to channel all the spirit energy in his body into his palms to barely hold the bow. I can only rely on this, Suyu said seriously. He placed one end of the bow on the ground, his right hand on the bowstring. This bow did not require an arrow. As long as he channeled spirit energy, he could shoot an arrow of spirit energy, its power unfathomable. After all, it was a middle-grade divine artifact that only superpowers possessed. As a palace garrison divine artifact, its power would definitely not be weak. But when Suyu pulled the bowstring, his expression turned serious. He had channeled all his spirit energy into his palms, but he could not pull the bowstring even a little. It was as if he was pulling a tall mountain. Surprised, Suyu gave up, passing the bow to Hua Zhilan. Try it. Hua Zhilan was Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier. With her cultivation level, she might have a chance. Hua Zhilan nodded with force, her eyes filled with excitement. Hee, poor Junior. You have a treasure on you, but you can't use it. Watch me. It would be a lie to say that she was not interested in a middle-grade divine artifact. Circulating 10% of her spirit energy, Hua Zhilan held the silver bow in her hands. Even though it was a little strenuous, it did not hinder her from holding the bow. The difference in spirit energy between an Immortal Realm Level 3 and an Immortal Realm Level 2 was like heaven and earth. 10% of her spirit energy was equivalent to all of Suyu's spirit energy. If not for the fact that Suyu possessed a legendary level cultivation technique, he would have died fighting an Immortal Realm Level 3 fighter. Hua Zhilan placed her slender fingers on the bowstring, exerting a slight force. Her brows creased, but the bowstring did not move an inch. Thinking about it, circulating 30% of her spirit energy was equivalent to 3 Suyes pulling the bow. But the bowstring still did not move an inch. A hint of seriousness finally appeared in Hua Zhilan's eyes. Creak! Her spirit energy doubled, circulating 60% of her spirit energy. But what caused her pupils to dilate was that the bowstring still could not be pulled. Hua Zhilan blushed, her ears blushing. She bit her teeth, unwilling to give up, circulating all her spirit energy. Open! 10% of her spirit energy was equivalent to 10 Suyes pulling the bow. Creak! A light sound, so weak that it could not be heard, was released from the bowstring. It was the bowstring. There was a ripple, a weak arc less than an inch wide. If one did not look closely, they would not have noticed that the bowstring had been pulled back. The bowstring had finally been pulled back, but that was it. Hua Zhilan was shocked. What bowstring is this? It is impossible to pull it back. Hua Zhilan could not accept the fact that her full strength was only at this level. Hua Zhilan put down her finger unwillingly, her face filled with gloom. But at this moment, the weak arc of the bowstring returned to its original position, shooting out a bolt of energy. Rumble! A terrifying power no weaker than an attack from an Immortal Realm Level 2 upper tier exploded, shooting toward the opposite wall. A 5-zhang wide hole was blasted open on the wall of the basement. On the ground, there was a groove that had been gouged out by a strong force. It was a shocking sight to behold. Zi Yunxiang opened her eyes wide. Pulling it back by a little bit has such a terrifying power? If it was pulled back completely. Suyu and Hua Zhilan were stunned, staring at the hole in the wall, their eyes filled with shock. Chapter 330. Compared to the divine ice ring, Suyu had to admit that Yun Yazi was right. Compared to a middle-grade divine artifact, a low-grade divine artifact could not be compared even with 100 stacks. Hua Zhilan was stunned for a long time. She reacted, her face filled with excitement. Let's try again! Buzz, buzz. His body flickered with fluorescent light, and a figure condensed from pure light appeared beside him. It was the clone of the body of light. It had the same cultivation level as the main body. The body of light held onto Hua Zhilan's hand. The two of them circulated their spirit energy and pulled the bowstring. This was equivalent to 2 immortal realm level, 3 upper tiers pulling the bowstring together. Creak! Finally, a visible curve appeared on the bowstring. It was twice as large as before. Hua Zhilan and the clone let go at the same time. At that moment, a faintly discernible spirit energy, arrow the size of a fingernail, appeared on the silver bow. As the bowstring shot out, it shot toward the opposite wall. Rumble! In an instant, the entire stone wall trembled. It was a full 3 meters wide, and an enormous, destructive, and deep pit was revealed to everyone. Zi Yunxiang was shocked. The power of an immortal realm level 3 lower tier! Many powerful forces could not nurture an immortal realm level 3 fighter even after hundreds of years. But here, a bow that was pulled at a slight angle could explode with such power, as expected of the divine artifact of a super force. But Hua Zhilan and Su Yu were a little disappointed. Hua Zhilan sighed, returning the silver bow. It is unrealistic to pin our hopes on a divine artifact. Rumble! At that moment, the immortal realm level 4 demonic beast struck, even harder, perhaps sensing the commotion in the secret chamber. The entire secret chamber was shaking nonstop. It looked like it could not last more than 5 days. I can only try. Su Yu sat cross-legged, taking out a jade bottle. A drop of red liquid lay within. It was the diluted drop of 10,000 soldier liquid. Tu Minghua had tried to use it to exchange for the silver bow. To think that Su Yu would obtain the silver bow and the diluted drop of 10,000 soldier liquid. With a murderous look, Su Yu bit his lip and squeezed out a drop of blood. He then mixed the diluted drop of 10,000 soldier liquid with his blood, forming a drop of mixed liquid. He then dripped the mixed liquid into the silver bow. A miraculous scene occurred. The mixed liquid entered the silver bow without any resistance. The incomparably heavy silver bow actually trembled slightly. Then a drop of blood was forced out of the silver bow. Hua Zhilan was shocked. You want to refine the silver bow? The 10,000 soldier liquid could wash away the blood essence of the original owner. Su Yu's blood essence took the opportunity to enter the liquid and refine it. However, the result was a complete failure. All of Su Yu's essence blood had been squeezed out, and there was no way to refine it. The diluted 10,000 soldier liquid was indeed too weak. Even if it was the original liquid, 10 drops were needed to completely erase the mark. No. Su Yu's gaze turned serious. He placed the blood that he had squeezed out to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. 99% of this is my blood. However, there is still a tiny bit of blood that belongs to the original owner of the silver bow. In other words, a trace of my blood has entered the silver bow. Su Yu stared at the silver bow. His eyes flashed, and he grabbed the silver bow. With anticipation in his eyes, Su Yu tried to grab it. Shing! What Su Yu did not expect was that the silver bow, which was originally as heavy as a 1,000 feet tall mountain, was actually as light as a small mountain. Su Yu had used all his strength, causing him to use too much force, and he almost fell. This is the result of refining it? Su Yu was overjoyed. The silver bow was still heavy, able to crush hundreds of ordinary people. However, to Su Yu it was much easier. He only felt that it was extremely heavy. Compared to before, when he could barely hold it, it was much stronger. Hua Zhilan's eyes were filled with shock, jealousy, and envy. Quick, try pulling the bow and see how powerful it is. Su Yu nodded. He placed his finger on the bowstring, circulating all of his spirit energy, and slowly pulled back. At that moment, the bowstring was pulled back an inch. It was twice as powerful as the combined power of Hua Zhilan and her clone. An arrow of spirit energy the size of a pinky appeared on the bowstring. As Su Yu released his finger, it drew a black line in the air, piercing through the stone wall. Rumble! The entire basement trembled slightly. A 2-zhang-wide hole appeared on the stone wall. The power of Immortal Realm Level 3 Upper Tier. Zi Yunxiang could not hide the shock in her heart. She was shocked by the power of the silver bow, and also shocked by Su Yu's refinement. The power he displayed was more than twice as powerful as Hua Zhilan's clone. Compared to when Su Yu could not even pull the bowstring, the power Su Yu displayed was 20 times more powerful. However, it was still far from enough to deal with the Immortal Realm Level 4 demonic beast. Was it still not enough to refine a shred of it? However, just as everyone's heart sank, they saw the silver bow emit a silver glow. A silvery arrow phantom floated in the air. Under the pure and holy light, there was a peerless, murderous aura that made one's heart palpitate. The tip of the arrow was cold like frost, bone-piercing and soul-piercing. The entire basement rumbled, the stone walls exploding. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. The boundless killing intent that dominated the world and annihilated all life could be said to be peerless. Roar at that moment. The ferocious, demonic beast that had stubbornly attacked for half a month suddenly let out a cry of fear. Only the sound of the earth being trampled could be heard as the ferocious, demonic beasts fled quickly. Whoosh! The silhouette disappeared with a flash, once again entering the silver bow. Hua Zhilan and Zi Yunxiang could not understand what was happening. However, Su Yu was shocked. Yun Yazi had said that the silver bow was only on the surface. There was a mystery within the silver bow. Could it be the silhouette of the silver arrow? Teacher, what mystery does this bow have? Su Yu asked secretly. Within the jade box, Yun Yazi laughed. Haha, you are quite lucky. You really picked up a treasure. If I am not wrong, this mountain river dragon bow does not have no arrows. Instead, there is an arrow sealed within the silver bow by the owner of the bow. One needs to refine at least half of the silver bow before it can be released. And this silver arrow is of a higher grade than the silver bow itself. Yun Yazi laughed. Su Yu's heart was thumping. How high is it? Yun Yazi had a faint smile. It is higher than you can imagine. At the very least, it is not inferior to the Palace Garrison Divine artifact of Palace Masterling, the broken divine spear. What? Su Yu was extremely shocked. The grade of the silver arrow could be compared to the Palace Garrison Divine artifact? That day, the Palace Garrison Divine artifact had killed all 4 directions, and the power of it had easily killed Inspector, but he was something that Su Yu could never forget. How could he obtain such a terrifying killing weapon one day? Haha, think of a way to obtain the 10,000 soldier pool essence. Release the silver arrow. It will be your trump card. Your legendary level cultivation technique might not be able to compare. Su Yu's mouth was dry, his emotions unable to calm down. The Palace Garrison Divine artifact was sealed within the silver bow. He had to obtain the 10,000 soldier liquid. Chapter 331. Let's leave quickly, in case we are blocked by demonic beasts again. Su Yu collected his thoughts, keeping the silver bow back into the cosmos mirror and flying out of the basement. Standing outside the iron gate, the ground was a mess. Everywhere was charred black from the fire. What kind of demonic beast was that? Looking at the scene of destruction, Hua Zhilan had a grave expression. Su Yu revolved his crystalline pupils, only to see a giant red shadow disappear into the distance. Return to Anus City. Su Yu's gaze flashed. Half a month had passed. Tulong's fate was still unknown. The group rushed back to Anus City. Along the way, there were not many demonic beasts. It looks like the Immortal Realm Level 4 demonic beasts we encountered were just the vanguard. The true beast tide has yet to arrive, but it will come soon. Su Yu and the group passed by a group of demonic beasts. For Dragon Realm Level 5 demonic beasts were fighting over a human's corpse. That was a 10-year-old girl. Beside her was her father, who had been bitten to pieces. The little girl's corpse had suffered the same fate. That pair of widened eyes had long since become dim and lifeless. The blue sky was reflected in his pupils, so distant and so pale. The fear and terror before death had turned into tears that had yet to dry, hanging from the corners of her eyes, reflecting the sunlight. Her corpse became a feast for the demonic beasts. Su-yu stopped in his tracks, staring at the pair of eyes, his heart stirring. Creak! A wisp of spiritual energy penetrated his body and killed all 4 demon beasts. Hua Zhilan's expression was indescribably cold. Let's go. Humans and demonic beasts could not coexist. Following that, similar scenes occurred one after another along the way. Humans dying tragically, demonic beasts celebrating. The vast dark forest had been filled with the stench of blood. This place had long been turned into hell, and this was just the sign of a beast tide. The true beast tide would be even more tragic. With a heavy heart, Su-yu and the other 2 entered the city. What entered their eyes was a desolate place. Half a month ago, it was still bustling with activity, a place of wealth. Half a month later, the doors of the shops on the streets were closed. Even if there were people, they were in a hurry, heading out of the city toward the northern continent. Teams of city guards rushed to the city walls, their expressions cold, prepared for battle. A murderous aura pervaded the entire Onus city. Looking from the sky, a large number of humans were fleeing Onus city like a receding tide. Only less than 10% of the martial artists chose to stay. Most of them are here for the rewards. Su-yu and the other 2 were standing at the notice board in the middle of the city. Half a month ago, the Onus city master had issued a reward order. In the process of resisting the beast tide, those who contributed would be rewarded. Killing a Dragon Realm level 1 demonic beast earned him 1 merit point. Killing a Dragon Realm level 2 demonic beast earned him 2 merit points, and so on. Killing a Dragon Realm level 7 demonic beast would earn him 7 merit points. However, killing an Immortal Realm level 1 demonic beast would give him 100 merit points. Killing an Immortal Realm level 2 demonic beast earned him 1,000 points of merit. Killing an Immortal Realm level 3 demonic beast earned him 10,000 points of merit. If he could kill an Immortal Realm level 4 demonic beast, he would receive 100,000 points of merit. Among them, 1,000 merit points could be exchanged for an incomplete Immortal level cultivation technique. The most shocking thing was 10,000 merit points could be exchanged for a complete Immortal level cultivation technique. How precious was a complete Immortal level cultivation technique? In the entire continent, even super forces did not have many of such techniques. However, in order to protect Onus City, the 2 clan had taken it out without hesitation. It would have been fine if that was all. There was one last condition. 100,000 merit points could be exchanged for any treasure in the 2 clans' treasure vault. The 2 clans' 10,000 soldier liquid was said to be comparable to a middle-grade divine artifact. That was where the 2 clans stood. If one could obtain 100,000 merit points, would one not be able to obtain the 10,000 soldier liquid? Even the disciples of super forces would find it hard to control it, much less the great forces. Su-yu's eyes glowed. He had tasted the benefits of the 10,000 soldier liquid. How could he not understand its value and its use for Su-yu? However, it was impossible to kill an Immortal Realm level 4 demonic beast unless the 2 clan master intervened. This condition seemed extremely tempting, but in reality, it was impossible for outsiders like them to achieve it. The reason why it was announced was to attract fighters to help Onus City kill the incoming beast tide. Su-yu thought for a long time, Senior Zhilan, I can save too long alone. Bring Yunxiang back to the Inu area. Hua Zhilan raised her brows. The attack of the beast tide is dangerous. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. It is because it is too dangerous that you cannot stay. Su-yu said seriously, maybe you and I can handle it, but Yunxiang, Furthermore, I already have a plan to save too long too many people would be a hindrance. You can go back first. There is no need to discuss this further. Su Yu was determined. Hua Zhilan thought for a moment, nodding her chin. All right, you are on your own. Unexpectedly, Zi Yunxiang stood at her original position, unwilling to budge. Her expression was one of shame. She was a burden to Su Yu again. Yunxiang, when you return, immediately ask me about the matter I instructed you to find 2 people. One is your father, the other is... Su Yu did not finish his sentence. Hua Zhilan was beside him. She was the one who had taken Xia Jingyu away. If Su Yu said it in front of her, his identity as Su Yu would undoubtedly be exposed. The grudge between him and Hua Zhilan was a small matter. More importantly, if his identity was exposed, the innocent people of Shenyue Island would be implicated. Hearing this, Zi Yunxiang's expression became better, nodding her head obediently. And I will wait for your return. After taking a deep look at Su Yu, Zi Yunxiang and Hua Zhilan left. After they left, Su Yu's gaze shot toward the notice board. A moment later, in a side hall of the Anyu City Master's Manor, the martial artists were bustling with activity, and it was extremely crowded as they fought to squeeze into the center of the hall. There were few martial artists working there, anxiously receiving a large group of martial artists. Hey, little brother, I am Huang Qishan. Are you going to sign up for the demonic beast hunt? Do you want to team up with us? A muscular young man was brimming with enthusiasm. This was the place to sign up for the demonic beast hunt. Even though it was nearing its end, there was still an endless stream of martial artists signing up. It could be seen how tempting the Anyu City Master's reward was. Su Yu shook his head without hesitation, rejecting him. No need, I am used to being alone. Forming a team with strangers was even more dangerous. The muscular man was displeased, glaring at Su Yu. Little brother, the beast tide is far more dangerous than you can imagine. With your small body, you are not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the demonic beasts. You rely on your parents at home and your friends outside. You are still young and do not know the dangers of the world. Do you understand? Su Yu creased his brows, a little impatient. I will say it for the last time, no need. Su Yu grunted, clearly rejecting him. Huang Qishan lost his patience, his expression unfriendly. Little brat! I invited you into the army because I think highly of you. Don't be shameless when I give you face. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Do you think I would care about someone like you, who hasn't even grown hair? Su Yu creased his brows. He could not be bothered with such a vulgar person. Su Yu lined up expressionlessly, calm and composed. Huang Qishan's chest was filled with anger, and he stared at Su Yu's back, harboring malicious intentions. Soon it was Su Yu's turn. Are you sure you want to sign up? The person who received them was an elder, his expression strange. He was none other than the elder who had tested Su Yu's abilities at the city gates and had been taught a lesson by Su Yu. Chapter 332. Yin Yu had wreaked havoc in the Tu family and killed countless strong martial artists of the Tu family. The fact that the Tu family did not hunt him down was already because they were afraid of the Empire of Darkness. Yin Yu had actually come knocking on their door. Su Yu asked, "Can I?" The old man was in a dilemma for a moment, but he still clenched his teeth and memorized Su Yu's name. He then extended his hand and gave him a jade pendant. This is a house stone. After killing a demonic beast, it will automatically record the merit points. In the end, how much contribution you make will depend on the white stone. Don't lose it, the elder reminded as he threw the white stone over. Just as Su Yu was about to grab it, a cold snort came from the side. Wait. The old man looked over and saw that it was Huang Qishan. There was a trace of reverence on his face. He only had the abilities of an immortal level 1. However, Huang Qishan had the abilities of an immortal level 2 peak. It was rumored that he was once the sect leader of a force in the 100 Territories Alliance, because of how ruthless they were and how they killed and burned countless people. They angered the surrounding powers and were destroyed by them. His sect was massacred, and he was the only one who managed to carve out a path of blood and barely escaped to Onua City, never to leave again. He was extremely famous in Onua City. On this trip, he had also participated in the demonic beast hunt and was currently looking for suitable companions. Su-yu was a mortal level 1 peak. He was young and ignorant and inexperienced. He easily became the best target. Is there a problem? The old man was rather respectful. Huang Qishan pointed at Su-yu. He does not have the right to participate in the demonic beast hunt. I suggest that we reject his participation. The elder was indignant. This was a matter of the two clan. An outsider dared to interfere? If it was any other time, he would have already been taught a lesson by his entire clan. However, at that very moment, they were in need of manpower, especially a strong martial artist of a mortal level 2 peak, like Huang Qishan. How would they dare to neglect him? He is very strong. Why wouldn't he be suitable? The old man chuckled. Huang Qishan snorted. Very strong? He is only an immortal level 1 peak. When the beast tide comes, he will be the first to die. However, it doesn't matter if he dies. What if he implicates the nearby martial artists? Wouldn't that be harming others and ourselves? So, I strongly suggest that we refuse to allow him to participate. The old man was a little angry. He had already given Huang Qishan a lot of face. However, the other party did not know when to advance or retreat. With a cold expression, the old man said, "What if I agree?" Huang Qishan sneered, "Then I can only apologize. For my own safety, I can only give up the competition." Pa! Huang Qishan slapped Haoshur on the table with his palm. "There's no me or him. You choose." Everyone looked at each other. Had Huang Qishan gone mad? Was there a need to do this? The old man was stunned as well. When he came back to his senses, he secretly hated Huang Qishan to the point of gnashing his teeth. How could he get out of this situation? "Are you sure?" The old man gritted his teeth. Huang Qishan nodded. "That's right. Either he or I will participate. Only one of us can survive." The old man's expression changed several times. After a long time, he nodded angrily. "Fine. Since that's the case, this old man will fulfill your wish." Pa! While many people were shocked, the old man actually took back Huang Qi Mountain's Healthstone. This time, it was Huang Qishan's turn to be stunned. You chose him?" Huang Qishan couldn't believe it and couldn't accept the reality before him. The old man glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and threw Su-yu's white stone to him. "I wish you good luck." Su-yu nodded calmly, then turned around and left, waiting for the day of the beast tide. Wait, you're not allowed to leave. How could Huang Qishan accept this reality? Feeling the mocking gazes around him, he became even more furious. "What's the matter?" Su-yu calmly said. Huang Qishan was not satisfied. "Why did you choose him and not me?" The old man rolled his eyes. It's simple. You can't compare to him. I can't compare to him." Huang Qishan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Old thing, are you blind? I can't even compare to someone like him." The old man's face twitched, saying profoundly, "I advise you to be more careful with your words. Don't let your mouth get you into trouble." That silver-haired youth was Palace Master Inu. His abilities and status far surpassed Huang Qishan's. I want to see how impressive he is." Huang Qishan took a step forward, grabbing Su-yu's collar. "A person like you, who is here to make up the numbers, dares to participate in the demonic beast hunt? I'll teach you how to respect others." His hand tried to grab Su-yu, but Su-yu did not even turn his head. Just as Huang Qishan was about to grab him, Su-yu casually extended a finger. Creak! Purple arcs of lightning burst forth. The muscular Huang Qishan was sent flying 100 meters away like a thin piece of paper, crashing into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was one of shock. "You are A lightning-based immortal level technique would not be considered famous in the past, but recently it represented a person's name. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. He didn't even recognize Palace Master Inu, and he still has the face to teach others how to conduct themselves. I'm dying of laughter. Someone actually dared to attack Palace Master Inu. Is he tired of living? The crowd of fighters who were secretly watching the commotion could not help but laugh. Some of the people who had participated in the auction had not left Onua City. They immediately recognized that the person Huang Qishan had found trouble with was the ferocious Palace Master Inu. The auctioneer, Tu Minghua, was almost killed by Palace Master Inu with a finger. Gao Tsang was almost killed as well. They were both Immortal Realm Level 2 peak, similar to Huang Qishan. They could see Huang Qishan's fate. The old man in charge of receiving them curled his lips into a mocking smile. He had intentionally avoided mentioning Palace Master Inu's name, but it was not without purpose. What? You are Palace Master Inu? Huang Qishan gasped, his face filled with shock. Su Yu looked at him indifferently. He could not be bothered with him, turning to leave. Under the mocking gazes of the crowd, Huang Qishan left dejectedly. However, he did not go far. Instead, he walked toward a nearby alley with a furious expression. Old man, you set me up? You knew that it was Palace Master Inu. Why didn't you tell me? If I had known it was him, why would I have agreed to test his abilities? Huang Qishan pointed at an old man hidden in the darkness in the alley, cursing angrily. The old man calmly said, To be able to injure you, he must have the abilities of an Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier. Luckily, I can take care of him personally. Huang Qishan was furious. Old man, did you hear what I said? In order to test his abilities, I created trouble without reason. Not only was I ridiculed, I was almost killed. I don't care. I will double the reward. The old man in the shadows slowly nodded. No problem. On this day next year, I will burn twice the amount of money for you. Creak! The old man did not move, but a bloody hole appeared on Huang Qishan's forehead. He died on the spot. Firstly, I do not like to haggle. Secondly, if you have no value, you can be abandoned. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, walking away from the alley. 20 miles away, Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his crystalline eyes taking in the scene in the alley. Huang Qishan had caused trouble for no reason, using a ridiculous excuse to attack Su Yu. How could such actions be done by a former master of a faction? There was definitely a reason for this. After Su Yu left, he immediately hid far away, observing in secret. As expected, there was someone else behind him. Looking over, Su Yu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, his gaze cold. It's you! Old man, you did not die. Chapter 333. This person was none other than Inspector Bai He, who wanted to kill Su Yu. At that time, Ling Hall took the initiative to use the divine weapon of the hall guarding divine weapon, but was still unable to kill it. Su Yu suppressed his murderous intent with great difficulty, his eyes filled with coldness. His current strength was far from enough. Inspector Bai He's cultivation level had been reduced to Immortal Realm Level 3 peak, but he was still not someone Su Yu could deal with. Old bastard, it's fine if you're struggling at death's door, but you actually dare to set your sights on me? I will remember this debt. Su Yu shouted coldly. Woo! A distant and desolate sound of a bugle horn resounded through the heavens. Hearing the news, a large number of martial artists quickly gathered at the east gate. Su Yu used his crystalline pupils to look out of the city, and he couldn't help but look grave. At the edge of the dark forest, tens of thousands of demonic beasts of various sizes and varying strengths rushed madly towards Onua City like a black tide. They were like hungry and thirsty ghosts that smelled the scent of humans and rushed over. What made Su Yu's pupils contract was that a small group of humans had escaped from the dark forest. They were cultivators who participated in the demonic beast hunt. Before the beast tide arrived, They would take the lives of small groups of demonic beasts and earn contribution points. When the beast tide suddenly attacked, they escaped from the forest with difficulty and ran for their lives towards Onua City. However, before they could even run 3 miles, they were swallowed by the beast tide. He didn't even have the time to scream before he died. On the city wall, many cultivators turned pale, unable to conceal the fear in their hearts. That's Wang Yaoting's team. 1 Immortal Realm Level 2 lower tier, and 5 Immortal Realm Level 1 lower tier. One of the fighters gasped. Demonic beasts were generally not strong. Ascension demonic beasts were extremely rare, and most of them had transformed into dragons. However, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too terrifying. So much so that they didn't even have the ability to resist before they were annihilated, and not even their corpses remained. In front of the beast tide, a person's martial strength was as pale as paper. As time passed, more and more beasts surged out of the dark forest. The entire horizon was filled with a pitch-black tide, like a tsunami pouncing towards Onua City. The atmosphere in the city suddenly became extremely tense. Countless warriors felt nervous and regretted joining in the hunt for demonic beasts. All martial artists in the city, heed my command. Since you have already accepted the reward order and are willing to kill the demon beasts, then during the battle preparation period, you're not allowed to run away in case there is a loophole in the defense and others are implicated. All warriors will supervise each other. If anyone tries to escape, you can kill him on the spot. My 2 clan will also send out inspectors to patrol the area. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed without mercy. From a mysterious place in the city, murderous words filled the sky. It's clan leader too. That's great, he's finally shown himself. The martial artists were all excited. Onua City's #1 expert, Tu Xia, with the abilities of an immortal level 5, his battle prowess was shocking. In the northern continent, there were only a few people who could rival him. His appearance inspired the martial artists and greatly increased their courage. Kill! Tu Xia was the first to let out a loud roar. From the clouds in the sky, a terrifyingly long spiritual energy shot out, piercing through the void and shooting towards the beast tide. Boom! The explosion sent a cloud of dust into the air, forming a mushroom cloud that was hundreds of meters tall. In the clouds, flames flashed, and countless demonic beasts were sent flying hundreds of feet high. After that, like black raindrops, they fell continuously, smashing into meat paste. At the moment of the explosion, the number of demonic beasts that were blasted into dust numbered in the hundreds. Su Yu's pupils dilated. This was the ability of an immortal level 5. There were only 5 levels in the immortal realm. The Onua City Master, Tu Xia, had already cultivated to the peak of the immortal realm. With just one more step, he would be able to cross into that mysterious, unknown realm. At the same time, Su Yu's mind inadvertently thought of the mysterious leader of the Black Water Pirates. His abilities were comparable to Tu Xia's. Thinking back to how he had managed to survive in the hands of such a terrifying fighter, Su Yu felt fortunate. This move shook the hearts of the human race. It was too frightening. The legendary Tu clan leader, Tu Xia, actually had such terrifying abilities, but at the same time, this move gave the human race a huge boost in morale. Even Su Yu was a little more confident. Kill! Within the crowd, shouts of killing rose and fell. Figures flew out of the city, covering the sky and earth as they charged toward the demonic beasts. Su Yu stood on the city wall, his crystalline pupils scanning his surroundings. Even though there were many demonic beasts before him, their levels were not high. What Su Yu wanted to kill were at least immortal level 3 demonic beasts. Only then would he be able to gather 100,000 credits and request anything from the Tu family. But immortal realm demonic beasts were rare, much less immortal level 3 demonic beasts. Any immortal realm demonic beasts that appeared were swarmed by the rest of the fighters, snatching and killing them. Creak, creak! Suddenly, a shocking roar could be heard from within the dark forest. Looking over, it was a large group of flying beasts, flying toward them from the horizon. The expressions of the fighters in the city changed. There were only 20 of the flying beasts, but the weakest among them was an immortal level 1. There were 5 immortal level 2s, and the strongest was an immortal level 3 lower tier leader. Immortal level 2 demonic beasts were worth at least 1,000 credits. 5 of them were worth 5,000 credits. But the most valuable were the immortal level 3 demonic beasts. They were worth 10,000 credits. Su Yu's expression changed. Without hesitation, his figure flickered, disappearing from his original spot. Only after some time did the rest of the fighters see the situation of the flying beasts clearly. Immortal level 3 demonic beasts, a group of fighters exclaimed. An immortal level 3 demonic beasts that could be exchanged for a complete immortal level technique. Furthermore, it was the weakest lower tier among the immortal level 3s. How could they miss such a heaven-sent opportunity? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, over 1,000 fighters chased after them. Among them, there was no lack of immortal level 3 existences, like Su Yu, but they were still a step behind Su Yu. When they were still 10 miles away, Su Yu had already charged into the group of flying beasts. Tribulation of ice and thunder. Su Yu pointed toward the sky, a purple thunder dragon roaring as it descended. With a series of pathetic cries, 10 immortal level 1 demonic beasts were turned to dust. Almost at the same time as the thunder struck, Su Yu shot out 4 bolts of spirit energy, killing the remaining 4 immortal level 1 demonic beasts. At this point, 14 immortal level 1 demonic beasts were all in Su Yu's possession. He could exchange them for 1,400 credits. Thunder's Starfinger. But Su Yu did not stop. He turned and chased after the other 6 demonic beasts that were fleeing in fear. The 5 immortal level 2 demonic beasts were slower, hence they did not manage to escape. But the immortal level 3 demonic beasts not only had a higher cultivation level than Su Yu, they were also flying beasts, their movement techniques superior. In that moment of delay, they had flown 10 miles away. Seeing that he was about to miss the opportunity, Su Yu made a prompt decision. His left eye shot out a red glow. Space transportation! Creak! The immortal level 3 demonic beast that was flying quickly let out a sharp cry, then was forcefully pulled back to within 30 feet of Su Yu. Chirp! Sensing danger, the immortal level 3 flying beast let out a sharp cry, spitting out a sound wave attack. At such a close distance, Su Yu could not defend against it. Creak! Su Yu used his Thunder Starfinger, the destructive power of the explosion negating half of the sound wave. But the rebound caused Su Yu's blood to boil, forcing him to take a few steps back. The power of the Thunder Starfinger was enough to deal with a mortal level 2 peak. But it was far from enough for a level 3. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu condensed a sound wave in his mouth, intending to use the Buddhist saint's 8 characters to kill the beast. But just as he was about to succeed, a familiar evil laugh entered his ears. "Haha, you have worked hard, Palace Master Inu. Leave the rest of the matters to me. I am more suitable to slay demons. You just have to watch from the side." It was the 2 clans' young master, chasing after Su Yu amidst the crowd. He had arrived earlier than everyone else, but neither too early nor too late. He only attacked when Su Yu had expended his energy to move him back. "You dare!" Su Yu's expression turned cold, his killing intent surging. Chapter 334. Hee. Do you think this is the Empire of Darkness? Apart from your identity, you are only left with the right to hell. The 2 clans' young master laughed coldly and pointed at the leader of the birds. This was Onua City, the territory of the 2 clan. To them, a mere deputy palace master was indeed not worth mentioning. Buddhist saints, 8 characters. Lin. Su Yu gave a low grunt. Roar. The roar that affected the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was like a great pressure from the heavens. The two clans' young master, who had a cold smile on his face, was about to attack the leader of the Flying Eagles when he was instantly enveloped by the power of the world. His entire body stiffened. After breaking through to Immortal Realm Level 2 upper tier, even though it was still a legendary level technique, its power was naturally incomparable. Rumble, the sound waves that swept out in all directions were almost tangible, and they set off layers of ripples in the void. The momentum was magnificent, like a landslide. The pupils of the two clans' young master dilated. This level of power had already reached his level. Item control spell. At the critical moment, the two clans' young master gave a loud shout. Green light burst forth from his body, and 9 small knives actually flew out from his body. What was shocking was that every single knife was a low-grade divine artifact. A total of 9 low-tiered god weapons. Furthermore, they were controlled by the two clans' young master at will. As expected of the two clans' young master, he actually possessed 9 soul recognition divine weapons. In terms of cultivation, he was almost invincible among those of the same level. The 9 small knives turned into 9 wisps of broken threads and disappeared. Chila! Suddenly, a gap was cut open in the sound waves that filled the sky. A small knife appeared and was blown away by the sound wave. Then, the other 8 swords cut through the sound wave one after another. The sound wave ripples in the sky were cut into pieces. Swish, swish! As the 9 daggers flew back, the two clans' young master's face was filled with a solemn expression. Even though he had successfully neutralized Suyu's attack, he was still in disbelief. In less than half a month's time, Palace Master Inu, who was severely injured and on the verge of death in front of him and had no way to retaliate, could actually fight him to a draw. Such a reality really struck him hard. The Vice Palace Master that he looked down upon had the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Suyu's eyes were cold. If you want to touch my credit, you have to ask me first. While the two of them were fighting, the bird nimbly fled and disappeared into the horizon. Neither of them got it. The young master of the two clans stared at the leader of the flying beasts, his expression gloomy. The credit that was in their hands was snatched away by someone else. As the young master of the two clan, in the future, everything in the two clan would belong to him. To him, contributions were not important. However, the most important thing was that the return of Tu Long, the former young master, caused the clan members to have different thoughts. If he didn't frighten them as soon as possible, it would be more or less troublesome. Therefore, establishing his authority in the Beast Tide was the best way for him. If he could obtain first place and suppress all the heroes, no one would be able to say anything about it. Palace Master Inu, let me give you a word of advice. You'd better not meddle in my business, or else. The two clans' young master revealed a deep fear in his eyes. Hua Jilan and Zi Yunxiang had already returned. If Palace Master Inu was in the Anua city, it would be difficult for him to escape responsibility if anything were to happen to him. At that time, the Empire of Darkness would condemn them, and the two clan would not be able to bear it. At the very least, now is not the time to fight the Empire of Darkness head-on. Suyu laughed instead. Who was the one who meddled in my business just now? When it's your turn, you threaten others not to meddle in other people's business. I'm sorry, but I'm going to meddle in your business. Enough is enough. The two clans' young master was furious. He regretted provoking Suyu earlier. Chirp! At this moment, a sharp cry could be heard from the sky far away. There were 3 Immortal Realm level, 3 demonic beasts. One of them was the flying beast that had escaped just now. The other 2 were reinforcements. One of them was Immortal Realm level, 310%. The other was upper tier. The expression of the two clans' young master changed, joy filling his eyes. How rare were Immortal Realm level, 3 demonic beasts. 3 of them had appeared in one go. They were prepared for him. Most importantly, the abilities of the 3 demonic beasts were within the range that he could handle. However, Suyu's reaction was even faster. At the moment the cry was heard, Suyu revolved his crystalline pupils, discovered the presence of the demonic beasts, and quickly chased after them. The expression of the two clans' young master turned cold. He clenched his teeth and chased after Suyu. "You have no right to snatch my contributions!" But Suyu ignored him, gradually closing in on him at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, the two clans' young master had an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation level. With the support of his frightening spirit energy, his movement techniques far surpassed Suyu's. The distance between the two of them shortened at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Looks like you still need to cultivate a movement technique in order to keep up with me." Suyu's expression was calm. One could not tell whether he was happy or angry. He continued to chase at full speed. Creak! Finally, the two clans' young master caught up to Suyu easily. "Hee, your contributions are mine. My contributions are still mine." The two clans' young master turned his head and laughed coldly. At this moment he had already charged within 1,000 feet of the demonic beasts. With his abilities, the 3 demonic beasts were his. But the two clans' young master's expression turned serious when he turned his head. Suyu's figure was not behind him. Suyu, who had been overtaken by him, did not advance. Instead, he retreated a mile. His speed was more than 3 times faster than when he was chasing Suyu. "Two clans' young master, since you are so stubborn about them, I will naturally give them up." Suyu flew 3 miles away, a mocking smile on his face. Not good. The two clans' young master thought quickly, realizing that something was amiss. How could a tyrannical person like Suyu, who did not give up so easily? Crack! At this moment, within a 5-mile radius, the spirit energy of the universe moved violently. An extremely cold chill descended from the heavens, as if it was the Milky Way. Crack! Enveloped by the chill, the earth turned into ice in an instant. Flowers, trees, insects, fishes, birds, beasts, and even the 3 immortal realm level 3 demonic beasts, including the peak demonic beast, turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Raising his head to look up, he saw a sparkling and translucent giant bird that looked like an ice sculpture soaring in the sky. As it flapped its wings, a frightening chill that could freeze the heavens was released. Even though the two clans' young master managed to react, he could not escape the chill. His entire body was covered in ice at once, and his life force was sucked away at a shocking speed. Even though he had the ability to control 9 divine artifacts, his life ended in an instant. The fighters who were chasing him stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with fear. That is an Immortal Realm Level 4 demonic beast. Immortal Realm Level 4. In the North Continent, it was a legendary level. In the North Continent, there were not many people who could match an Immortal Realm Level 4. According to historical records, the strongest in the Beast Tide was an Immortal Realm Level 3 peak. That was the limit. This time around, a demonic Beast King, an Immortal Realm Level 4 existence, had appeared. It was rumored that when one reached Immortal Realm Level 4, their intelligence was extremely high, not much lower than that of a human. It was also rumored that they were very close to breaking through a certain limit and being able to speak the human language. Escape quickly. The fighters were in an uproar. Their boiling blood was instantly covered by a layer of ice. In front of an Immortal Realm Level 4, they could only wait to be killed. Chirp! The 9th Heaven Ice bird had a human-like expression of disdain, opening its mouth to let out a sharp cry. The moment it opened its mouth, an earth-shattering cold energy spread in all directions. Within a 10-mile radius, the temperature was 10 times colder. Many fighters with low cultivation bases had their spirit energy stagnant, losing their ability to fly. They fell from the sky as they screamed. They were either crushed to death or turned into food for the Beast Tide. In an instant, there were over 100 casualties. Such a frightening power caused the fighters of the human race to completely lose their will to fight. The fire cloud seal between Su Yu's brows released cold energy, merging his body with the cold. Even so, Su Yu felt extremely cold. This is Immortal Realm Level 4? It is a completely different world compared to Immortal Realm Level 3. Su Yu was shocked. Even though the difference in abilities between the realms before Immortal Realm Level 3 was great, it was not too hopeless. But the abilities of Immortal Realm Level 3, Immortal Realm Level 4, and Immortal Realm Level 5 had already exceeded the limits of a fighter. They were similar to deities. What kind of realm was there after the Immortal Realm? Was that the realm of deities? At this moment, the ice bird lowered its head to look at the two clans' young master, whose life force was quickly disappearing. Without a doubt, it was setting up a trap. The 3 Immortal Realm Level 3 birds were merely a trap for it to attract the fighters of the human race, so that it could kill them in one strike. When Su Yu revolved his crystalline pupils, he discovered the existence of this terrifying king. In order to lure the two clans' young master into a trap, it had pretended to compete. This caused the two clans' young master to be careless, charging into the center of the ambush. His life force was already more than half gone. A mere beast dares to be so arrogant. At this moment, a loud and mighty voice could be heard from within Onus City. Accompanying the voice was a 10,000 jong long spirit energy. It was like an exceptional sharp arrow, piercing through the sky and shooting toward the ice bird. The mocking expression in the giant bird's eyes turned serious at once. It let out a shrill cry, turning to escape. Rumble, but the 10,000 jong spirit energy was too fast, and its power was too strong. As a demonic beast king, it was pierced through in the sky. Transparent blood sprayed into the sky, and it let out a pathetic cry. Its huge body was like a mountain as it fell diagonally towards the sky. The humans who were fleeing in fear sucked in a breath of cold air. One strike had killed the demonic beast king, leaving it half dead. Furthermore, it had not shown itself. Su Yu's pupils turned serious, his heart shaking. Was this an Immortal Realm Level 5? Such a terrifying Immortal Realm Level 4 demonic beast had been killed half dead on the spot. The most important thing was that the person who had attacked had only struck casually. Chirp at this moment, the ice bird, which was about to fall, struggled for a moment, then flew back into the sky with difficulty, flying toward the horizon. You want to leave? A booming voice came from Onus City. Puff! An unforgettable scene appeared. The giant bird, which had clearly flown over 20 miles away, suddenly exploded like a water bag that had burst open. It exploded in the air and died. The Onus City master had such terrifying strength. Everyone's hair stood on end. Before he even arrived, he could kill someone dozens of miles away. If he had killing intent in his heart, the life and death of everyone here would be in his hands. Crack! At this moment, the cold air on the body of the two clans' young master dissipated. His face was pale, and his entire body was ice cold as he fell from the sky. A wisp of majestic spiritual energy flew out from the city and swept the two clans' young master back. Everyone was unable to calm down for a long time. Clan Leader 2, the strength of the Onus City master is too terrifying. Then, was he really a human warrior? At this moment, a sharp gaze shot out from the city. Wherever it passed, the sky trembled and spiritual energy surged. A single gaze was able to trigger the great power of heaven and earth. What kind of strength was this? The gaze was directed at none other than Su Yu. A raspy but cold voice came from the city, Palace Master Inu, who plotted to harm the two clans' young master. Do you still have me in your eyes? In that moment, the universe was silent. Everyone held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even the beast tide seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Yu did not know what to say. He did not have time to write today. He had promised to only write one chapter at 5. Also, he would be extremely busy tomorrow. He would leave at 6 in the morning and only return at 7 or 8 in the evening. He would not be able to write much. He did not explain anything. He had indeed broken his promise this time and did not write 5 chapters. He would only be free the day after tomorrow to write more chapters for everyone. He had not missed the chapters that he had missed in the past. This time was no exception. He would write more chapters the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow as compensation. Chapter 335. Bolts of oppressive, murderous intent came from the sky. With such a powerful force, he could kill Suyu with a single thought. The fighters of the hunting beasts did not dare to breathe, staring at Suyu, who was floating in the air. Many people were secretly worried for Suyu, but what was shocking was that Suyu's expression was calm. He turned to look at the center of the city. Since you saw everything that happened between me and him, why did you not show yourself earlier? Why did you not speak when I was unprepared and tried to take my credit? Why did you not speak when you tried to injure me? As the master of the Tu clan, as the master of the On-US city, does this mean that you can take the credit of others by any means necessary? Does this mean that you can kill others in the process of killing demonic beasts without restraint? The On-US city master would definitely not allow things like killing each other for credit. Internal strife was a taboo in the face of a great enemy. The On-US city master naturally understood this, as he wanted to defend against the beast tide. If the On-US city master opened his mouth, the consequences would be dire. The center of the city was silent for a moment. The crowd was nervous. Then a cold voice could be heard. "My son was in the wrong first." The crowd gasped. The On-US city master was forced to lower his head in front of everyone. But the On-US city master did not finish his sentence. "But you are also guilty of plotting against my son to enter the city." They had both harmed others. The Tu clan's young master was in the wrong, but Suyu was guilty. Suyu laughed coldly. He was greedy for credit, fighting for fame and fortune. He did not see the situation clearly and fell into the trap. What does that have to do with me? May I ask, where did I get the obligation to remind him of the danger ahead? Let's not talk about the fact that he wanted to kill me. Furthermore, who is he to me? A friend or a benefactor? If you think that not repaying evil with good is a great crime, please set an example for the On-US city master. Didn't I injure many people of the Tu clan? Since that is the case, why don't you personally repay good with evil? Write off the grudge and give me some benefits? If you can't do it yourself, yet you force others to repay kindness with evil, not being able to do it is a sin. Aren't you being too ridiculous? The tit-for-tat exchange of words made the crowd of martial artists secretly click their tongues. Indeed, Palace Master Inu had intentionally concealed the existence of danger and was suspected of harming the Tu clan's young master. However, his explanation was extremely reasonable. The Tu clan's young master could not discover the danger himself. Suyu's warning was an act of kindness. He could not be blamed for not warning him. After all, not only did the Tu clan's young master not have any friendship with Suyu, but they also had a deep grudge against each other. Moreover, the Tu clan's young master had wanted to kill Suyu just now. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no need to remind him. The Dark Moon City was silent for a moment. Then the other party's cold reply came. "What a sharp tongue! But so what? My son almost died because of you. This is a fact that cannot be refuted. So you are guilty. For the sake of fairness, the two of you will each receive a finger strike from me as punishment." Without any explanation, the On-US city master shot out 2 streams of spiritual energy. One of them was shot toward the Tu clan's young master, who was brought back into the city, while the other was shot toward Suyu. The power of the finger shot toward Suyu surpassed that of a mortal realm level 3 upper tier and was close to peak. Although such an attack could not kill Suyu, it could severely injure him. Think about it. How tragic would it be to be seriously injured in a beast tide? This was no different from killing Suyu. The only difference was that Suyu had died indirectly by his hands. The Empire of Darkness might not find trouble with him. On the other hand, the spiritual energy shot toward the two clans' young master was only a fifth of Suyu's. With the strength of his body, it would merely cause him some pain. He is already injured. The punishment will be reduced accordingly. This is a fair action. You need not take it to heart, the On-US City Master leisurely said. Suyu laughed angrily. He was clearly trying to kill him, but he kept telling him not to take it to heart, that this was a fair punishment for him. Scram! If you want to kill me, do it openly. Do you think you are worthy of being the master of a clan without the guts? Suyu let out a long, angry laugh. As long as the Empire of Darkness existed, the two clans' young master could not take the risk and kill Suyu in front of everyone. Thus, he could only use some sneaky tricks. Whoosh! A dim light glowed in his robes, and a silver bow appeared in his hands. Open! Clenching his teeth and letting out a low roar, Suyu pulled open the mountain river dragon bow with all his might. An arrow of spiritual energy, the size of a thumb, was faintly discernible on the 1-inch arc. Whoosh! Releasing his finger, the arrow pierced through the sky, heading straight for the young master's spiritual energy. The On-US City Master, who had been calm the entire time, finally let out a cold voice that caused the air to freeze. Damn it! You actually managed to refine a portion of this bow. This bow was something he had promised to give to Han Jianglin. Now that it had been refined by Suyu, it would be troublesome to take it back. Creak! The spiritual energy collided with the arrow, creating waves of clouds. The swirling energy created a whirlwind on the ground. Dozens of demonic beasts were killed in the air, their blood flying everywhere. The surrounding fighters were shocked, retreating in a hurry. That is the power of the Mountain River Dragon Bow. A casual attack can unleash the power of an immortal realm level 3 upper tier? The crowd was shocked. Suyu stood in the air, looking down with a cold gaze. As he laughed, his white teeth glowed with a cold light. If I wanted to kill your son, would he still be alive for you to save? This attack undoubtedly proved that it was enough to kill the two clans' young master. In the exchange just now, Suyu had the ability to kill the two clans' young master. But he only has this one chance. If he meets me again, kill him. After saying this, Suyu turned and shot into the depths of the dark forest. He had originally planned to obtain first place in the demonic beast hunt using fair and square methods, fulfilling a promise and asking for the two clans' young master. Looking at it now, with the On-US City Master's character, even if he obtained first place according to the rules, he would not be able to do so. Since he could not do it openly, he could only do it in the dark. I am punishing you. You dared to resist, and that is an additional crime. Now, you still dare to flee before the battle. Could it be that you have forgotten what this city lord said before? An indifferent voice sounded from within the On-US City. Anyone who escapes before the battle will be killed. Suyu could not help but laugh. Staying behind and accepting the punishment would mean death. Giving up on the demonic beast hunt would still mean death. No matter what, the On-US City Master would not allow Suyu to leave alive. Then try killing me. Suyu let out a cold laugh. If the On-US City Master really had the guts to kill him, with his abilities that could kill an immortal realm level 4 demonic beast king with a thought, why would he waste time with Suyu? When did I say that I would kill you? But a heavy punishment is unavoidable. The On-US City Master tried to argue. Following this, a spirit energy with power equivalent to that of an immortal realm level 3 peak pierced through the sky, attacking. Seeing that the spirit energy was about to kill Suyu, Suyu's eyes glowed coldly. Open! Another arrow of spiritual energy drew a frightening line in the air. Rumble! The deafening explosion was much louder than the previous one. The collision of the two halves cancelled out most of the spirit energy. The remaining spirit energy swept toward Suyu. Time control. At the critical moment, Suyu sped up time, his movement technique becoming 3 times faster. With a flash, he moved several miles diagonally, narrowly deviating from his original path. Following this, he shot toward the horizon without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Suyu had successfully escaped. The On-US City Master wanted to give chase, but the beast tide was imminent. How could he be distracted? Dozens of miles away, Suyu stopped, his eyes glowing coldly. "To Clan Master, I will definitely take revenge." But with a flash of intelligence, Suyu flew to the ground, silently heading back. Chapter 336. The ground was covered in pieces of flesh, emitting a shocking coldness. Everything within a 1-mile radius had turned into a world of ice and snow. Many of the living creatures still looked the way they were when they were alive. It could be seen how quickly they were frozen. They could not even react in time. "Hiss, so cold!" Suyu gasped. The fire cloud mark on his forehead was like a clump of flame, pulsing continuously. Looking at the scattered limbs, Suyu was shocked. As expected of an immortal realm level 4 demonic beast, the spirit energy in its blood is incomparable to normal demonic beasts. Just now, it was this demonic beast that had nearly wiped out the human martial artists. If not for the On-US City Master, the On-US City would have been destroyed in the blink of an eye. If I absorb the cold energy in the blood, I wonder how much the cold energy in my body will grow. Suyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ever since the incredible ice lake, Suyu had not had the chance to encounter a stronger cold energy. The blood of the demonic beast in front of him was one of the strongest he had ever seen. If he could use it for himself. With a flash of his figure, Suyu approached a drop of blood on the ground. The blood was crystalline, as clear as a gem. It did not contain any impurities, but the stone below the blood had been frozen into granules. It was only because of the existence of the cold energy that it was barely preserved. When he was 10 feet away, Suyu's body was covered in white frost. Taking a step forward, Suyu's muscles felt a sharp pain. The cold energy was like needles stabbing into his flesh. With a grunt, Suyu clenched his teeth, grabbing it. Crack! At once, Suyu's body was covered in ice, turning rigid on the spot. The life force of his body was being devoured quickly. Even his soul was feeling cold. His vision became blurry, his consciousness frozen. A drop of blood contained such terrifying power. At this moment, the fire cloud mark on his forehead pulsed rapidly, taking in a large amount of cold energy. Suyu's icy heart core was also beating crazily. The ice on his body gradually melted, releasing layers of white fog. It was like a fairyland. Suyu was only released from his frozen state after an hour. Whoosh! His body trembled. Suyu took a few deep breaths. His face was flushed, his eyes fearful. What a terrifying cold energy. A drop of blood is enough to freeze me to death. Although he was somewhat confident that he could refine a drop of essence blood, it was still incredibly dangerous. His life had been hanging by a thread earlier. However, the harvest was not small. The fire cloud mark between Suyu's eyebrows changed from the initial fiery red to crimson and crystal. It looked like a 2-colored flame, which was extremely peculiar. At the same time, the chilly energy within Suyu's body had increased by more than 3 times. Between breaths, he released a deathly cold chi. However, it was still not enough. His figure flickered, and Suyu wandered within a radius of 10 miles. It took him several hours to collect all the blood that he could. Sitting cross-legged in a tree hole, Suyu held a bottle of bone-piercingly cold jade box in his hand. His face was full of regret. Most of the frigid chi has been shattered by the On-US City Master. Only 9 drops of blood essence remain. Time was of the essence, so Suyu swallowed a drop on the spot. His body was once again covered by the chilly energy. Although it was not as dangerous as before, it still froze most of Suyu's life force. After absorbing the cold energy, Suyu rested for a while. He then bit his teeth and continued to absorb the cold energy. Half a day passed. With Suyu as the center, the area within a 10-mile radius was engulfed by a terrifying cold energy. Even the beast tide had to take a detour. Those who barged in were all frozen into ice. Crack! Suddenly, a white cold current headed in the direction of Onua City like a tsunami. All the plants and trees within a radius of 10 miles were frozen into a patch of white ice. Looking from afar, it looked like a frozen wave. Extremely spectacular. At the source of the wave, under a tree, a youth covered in ice slowly opened his eyes. His black pupils were like a pair of sparkling and translucent ice beads, releasing an endless cold glow. Whoosh! Suyu let out a long breath. The white cold energy covered the entire area. With my limit, I can only absorb 8 drops. Looking at the single drop of blood essence in the jade bottle, Suyu had a surprised expression. His body and soul had already reached the limit of what the cold energy could endure. If he continued to absorb it, his body would explode and he would die. Carefully keeping the blood essence, Suyu was extremely satisfied with the effects of the cold blood essence. In terms of cold energy, a casual breath from him was enough to freeze an Immortal Realm Level 2 fighter into an ice sculpture on the spot. Using his full power, even an Immortal Realm Level 3 peak would have to retreat. His abilities could be said to have risen to a whole new level. Furthermore, the powerful energy within the blood essence had unexpectedly allowed Suyu's cultivation level to break through to Immortal Realm Level 2 peak. He was only a short distance away from Immortal Realm Level 3. Slowly standing up, Suyu's gaze shot toward Onua City. I hope that you will not make me start a massacre. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Suyu turned into a ball of ice, disappearing without a trace. Onua City. The beast tide was endless, the fighters fighting back with all their might. In front of the city, there were countless corpses of demonic beasts. More than 20% of the human fighters had died. The remaining humans were all severely exhausted, their spirit energy and stamina exhausted. The beast tide this time around was far more strange than before. Not only was it half a month earlier than expected, its scale was 5 times larger than before. At the same time, the demonic beast king had appeared, an immortal realm level for demonic beasts that had never appeared before. The strangest thing was that in the past the beast tide was a phenomenon where the demonic beasts were overly frightened, spreading toward the humans. It usually only lasted for a short period of time, but this time around it lasted for an entire day, with no signs of stopping. Large groups of demonic beasts surged out from the center of the forest of darkness. Furthermore, their abilities were getting stronger. Powerful immortal realm level 3 demonic beasts had appeared one after another. There were even immortal realm level 3 peaks, existences that were close to the demonic beast king. Even though the Onua City Master was overseeing things, killing them in time to prevent a large number of casualties, but he was ultimately only one person, while there were billions of demonic beasts. It was impossible to kill all of them. Many fighters had already decided to retreat. If not for a few deserters being killed on the spot, shocking the people, the human race would have collapsed long ago. If this continues, another demonic beast king might appear. In the 2 clans' room, the 2 clans' young master clutched his injured abdomen, speaking seriously. In front of him was the 2 clan master overseeing the center of the city. The Onua City Master was the strongest fighter in Onua City. At this moment, the Onua City Master wore a worried expression. The demonic beast king is not scary. What is scary is the cause of this beast tide. What happened deep within the forest of darkness to trigger such an abnormal beast tide? I am worried that a huge change has occurred deep within the forest of darkness. The 2 clans' young master said doubtfully, Father, are you worried that there is an unknown danger to Onua City? We might not be able to protect Onua City. Shaking his head, the Onua City Master said solemnly, Our great plan is about to succeed. Onua City is already insignificant. Even if we lose it, it will not affect the two clan greatly. Chapter 337. The expression of the two clans' young master turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "If that is the case, then this is the fate of the two clan." "But, father, maybe you are too worried? If the plan succeeds, the two family will receive endless benefits. Moreover, I can even cut off the head of Palace Master Inu personally." The Onua City master thought for a long time. Maybe I am overthinking. But after this, I will need to personally investigate the dark forest. The two clans' young master creased his brows. Why not ask some of the powerhouses in the dark forest directly? After all, the two clan is not the only one in the dark forest. There are also some small and medium-sized human powerhouses that have taken root in the dark forest. They might know something. But the Onua City master shook his head. It is useless. The beast tide this time around is so fast and powerful. I am afraid that those small and medium-sized powerhouses have no chance of surviving. But father, isn't there a being called the Wu clan? It is said that this clan is the strongest among the small and medium-sized powerhouses. Moreover, they are extremely close to the depths of the dark forest. Perhaps they are still alive and know the details. Wu clan! The Onua City master creased his brows, and his expression turned serious. This Wu clan is too mysterious. A few hundred years ago, they were only a small clan of 2 people. Now, they have grown strong and have over 100 people. It is not normal for them to be able to grow strong so quickly in the depths of the dark forest with such abilities. There must be a terrifying being behind them. It is not without reason that I have been unwilling to come into contact with them all these years. The Onua City master was actually afraid of the Wu clan. With regards to this, the two clans' young master deeply agreed. The Wu clan is indeed a little too mysterious. Luckily, my two clans' ambitions are not in the desolate, dark forest. Otherwise, with such a threat from the Wu clan, we would have eliminated them long ago. All right, you do not need to concern yourself with this matter. Rest well. I am afraid that I will have to show myself this time around. A terrifying aura came from outside. The Onua City master's expression changed slightly. The two clans' young master was shocked. The demonic beast king has appeared again. Another immortal realm level for demonic beast had appeared. It was shocking. No, this time around there are 9 of them. The Onua City master creased his brows. His eyes filled with surprise. 9. The two clans' young master gasped. The beast tide this time around was so strange that it was terrifying. Whoosh! The Onua City master left the city for the first time and appeared at the front lines. Even if it was him, he would have to take the 9-headed beast king seriously. The two clans' young master stood on the spot and pondered for a moment. With a nervous expression, he asked, "Housekeeper, have you prepared all the important items of the clan?" As a precaution, the two clan had already packed their luggage. Reporting to young master, the preparations have already been made. The clansmen and important items have already been prepared and can be moved at any time. It's just that the butler hesitated. It's just that, how should we deal with Dragon Slayer? He's still in prison. Slaying a dragon? A wisp of baleful aura appeared at the tip of the two clans' young master's brows. As expected, once Tu Long returned, there were some rumors in the clan that Tu Long was reappointed as the young master. In terms of intelligence and talent in cultivation, Tu Long, as the eldest brother, was far above his younger brother. He was more suited to manage the Tu family. However, Tu Long had given up his identity as a clansman, so he couldn't do much. In the end, his punishment was to be imprisoned in the underground water dungeon forever, never to step out of it. A cold light surrounded the eyes of the two clans' young master. A trace of killing intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I will handle it myself. All of you back down." To prevent any accidents from happening, He had to get rid of Tu Long as soon as possible to avoid a huge problem. Neither the young clan leader nor the Onus City lord were aware that a transparent soul was standing beside them, listening to everything that was happening. Whoosh! Outside the yard of the Tu clan, in a patch of dry grass, a lifeless body suddenly opened its eyes. Suyu was surprised. Wu clan? What kind of clan is that? What is the great plan that the Tu clan mentioned? What are they planning to do? However, he had no time to ask. Suyu immediately entered the Tu clan, heading toward the dungeon. In the dungeon, there was a water dungeon, specially used to imprison criminals. Tu Long's limbs were wrapped in thick chains, and he was sealed in a pool of water that reached his waist. Thud! 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 The Tu clan's young master arrived. He had a cold expression, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the water dungeon. Hearing the commotion, Tu Long raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were dry and lifeless, but he still wore a self-deprecating smile. You must be here to send me off. How could he not know that this was his fate? It was impossible for the young master to allow him to live. The Tu clan's young master sneered. Killing you is exactly what those old fellows who supported you wanted. They want to take the opportunity to make things difficult for me. It was obvious that if Tu Long died, who would benefit the most? It was naturally the young master. Anyone with a brain would be able to guess who did it. The Tu clan's young master would not do such a thing. Hee, you will not look for me to reminisce about the past. Tu Long let out a cold laugh. The Tu clan's young master wore a mocking smile. I won't take your life. However, I can still make you wish you were dead. Men, cripple his dantian. What? Tu Long's pupils dilated, laughing mockingly. As the young master, you are really bold. I will be imprisoned in the water dungeon forever, never to leave. Under such circumstances, you are actually worried that my cultivation level will affect you. You do not dare to kill me, but you are fearful of my existence. This is the future young master of the Tu clan? Haha, you're really carved from the same mold as your father. Your way of doing things is exactly the same. Hiding your head and showing your tail. Cowardly rats! Saying this, Tu Long's heart was filled with self-mockery. He thought that he had turned over a new leaf. However, he did not expect that there would be no place for him in the Tu family. Furthermore, he did not hesitate to kneel down and beg for mercy for his clansmen. What he got in return was ingratitude. As his uncle, the clan master completely ignored his intention to kneel down and insisted on punishing him severely, imprisoning him in the water dungeon for life. You are indeed a born rebel. What is the meaning of maliciously slandering the clan master and the young master? You do not have any feelings for the Tu clan at all. From what I see, your so-called kneeling down and begging for mercy for Tu Minghua is merely an act of self-sacrifice for the sake of Palace Master Inu. Tu Long laughed angrily. They wanted to cripple his cultivation level, yet they did not allow him to have any complaints. Once he did, it meant that he had ulterior motives. If you want to cripple me, just cripple me. Why do you have to find so many reasons to make yourself seem so righteous? There is no such thing as good or evil in this world. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the instinct of all living beings. Is there a need to hide? The Tu clan's young master stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. For a disloyal and unjust person like you, in order to prevent you from escaping in the future and harming our clansmen, it is better for me to cripple your cultivation level. Someone, cripple my cultivation level. At this moment, a figure appeared silently. You want to cripple my cultivation level? I will grant you your wish. A lock of silver hair fluttered in the wind. Suyu was like a ghost, standing behind the Tu clan's young master. His eyes were filled with a cold glow, emitting an exceptional cold glow. The Tu clan's young master's body trembled, his head turning stiffly. What entered his eyes was Suyu's face. Long time no see, Tu clan's young master. I once told your father that if I were to see you again, I would take your life. I was exhausted the previous day. I went to sleep after bathing and did not update. I am sorry, everyone. Chapter 338. It's you. You actually dared to barge into the Two Clan? The Two Clan's young master's throat was dry. How could he have expected Suyu to take the risk and sneak into the Two Clan? Unexpectedly, Suyu tapped his back with one finger, his other hand pulling out a cracked copper bell from the Two Clan's young master's sleeves. This was the Imperial Spirit copper bell. Once it was broken, the owner of the other bell would be notified. The copper bell had been broken, and the emergency signal for reinforcements had been sent. His conversation with Suyu was to stall Suyu and wait for reinforcements. Trying to stall for time? Haha, young master. This little trick is not enough to deal with me. Suyu exerted force with his fingers. You should die in peace. Creak! A powerful spirit energy pierced through the young master's back, his dantian, and exited from his abdomen, leaving a bloody hole behind. As he cried out in pain, the Two Clan's young master's dantian was broken, his spirit energy leaking. He would never be able to cultivate again. My dantian! The Two Clan's young master was shocked, unable to accept this reality. In the world of fighters in a cruel clan, what did a cripple mean? It meant that he was better off dead, so you might as well kill him. It would be more satisfying. Savor your life without a cultivation base. Treat it as repayment for the first half of your life. Suyu calmly said, kicking open the door of the cage and rescuing Too Long, looked at Suyu in disbelief. Suyu had actually come to save him. Palace Master Inu, why would you do this for me? Suyu calmly smiled. You could block death for me. Why can't I risk my life to save you? All right, let's cut the crap. Their reinforcements will be here soon. We have to leave quickly. Suyu supported Too Long, his other hand grabbing Too Long as he quickly left the cage. Whoosh! But they had just left the cage when they saw a figure standing with his hands behind his back facing them. It was so quiet, yet suffocating. Too Long's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, his face pale. Clan Master. The other owner of the copper bell was the On-US City Master, the strongest fighter in the Dark Moon City. Although they couldn't see his face clearly with his back facing them, that dense and cold murderous intent was exceptionally distinct. How is he? The On-US City Master's tone was calm and indifferent. So you calmly threw him onto the ground and stepped on his back. Just like what I said, if I meet him again, there is no reason for me to show mercy. If not for the On-US City Master being overbearing and wanting to kill Suyu, how could Suyu be so extreme? There was no enmity between them to kill each other. It was the On-US City Lord who thought that he was in control of everything. He added fuel to the fire and caused today's situation. The On-US City Master took a deep breath and suppressed the trembling of his body. Clearly, the fact that the Two Clan's young master was crippled was an indescribable blow to him. How could one not feel heartache when the child they had painstakingly nurtured for a lifetime was crippled and reduced to a useless person? His life is worse than death. In that case, you shall accompany him in death. Palace Master Inu. The On-US City Master turned around. Too Long's face trembled violently. That face because of resentment, because of hatred, because of anger, because of it. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Suyu. I really regret not killing you earlier. You should regret pushing people too far. Suyu shook his head. Now that things had come to this, the On-US City Master had no regrets. Too Long was worried for Suyu. Uncle, please reconsider. The consequences of killing a deputy palace master are severe. The On-US City Master laughed maniacally. Have you forgotten that he snuck in? If I killed him secretly, who would know? Too Long had an anxious expression. In front of the On-US City Master, Suyu had no power to retaliate. But Suyu had a calm expression. "Oh, you are not prepared to take your son's life?" He was in Suyu's hands, but just as Suyu finished his sentence, a bolt of terrifying spirit energy attacked Suyu's feet. The attack was ferocious. Suyu had no choice but to dodge. Rumble, the two clans' young master, had been turned into minced meat. Rather than letting him suffer a fate worse than death, why not send him on his way? The On-US City Master's voice was hoarse. Suyu and Tulong's hearts shook. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. The On-US City Master's actions were ruthless. Such a person would either live an ordinary life or become a formidable character. The King of Darkness had left behind a disaster. "Do you still have someone to rely on?" The On-US City Master calmly said. Yes, his tone was extremely calm, so calm that it did not sound human. Suyu's expression was calm. "I never planned to use him as a hostage." "Frozen hell!" Suyu gave a low grunt. Crack! Suddenly, the walls of the two clans' main gate were covered in ice. The terrifying cold energy was like a tsunami, charging into the two clan, freezing everything in its path. Many of the two clan members could not react in time and were frozen on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a third of the two clan had turned into a world of ice and snow. The life force of dozens of two clan members was depleting at an extremely fast speed. "My hostage is the entire two clan," Suyu calmly said. "Do you want to kill me or save your clansmen?" The On-US City Master's expression finally changed. "It's the blood of the demonic Beast King. I will kill you." The On-US City Master let out a furious roar, shooting out two bolts of spirit energy. He had no time to care about killing Suyu, immediately heading to save his clansmen. Space transportation. Suyu gave a low grunt, enveloping Tulong and himself, preparing to be transported out of On-US City. However, at this critical moment, Suyu was suddenly alarmed. A bone-chilling sensation assaulted him from his back. He had experienced this feeling of impending death not too long ago. "Zhen, you, Lian." Without turning his head, Suyu knew that the person who launched the sneak attack was her. But at the moment of the transportation, at the most critical moment, it was her again. Zhen Yulian revealed her distorted figure, smiling sinisterly. "Your life is mine." She, who had been lying low for a long time, had finally found the most suitable opportunity. Suyu's gaze was ice cold. "Do you think it will be as easy as last time?" Chapter 339. You are just a dog barking at death's door? If not for someone shielding you the last time, you would have been a dead dog. Zhen Yulian was filled with disdain. Her distorted figure silently arrived behind Suyu. A sharp dagger silently pierced through Suyu's back. "Is that so?" Suyu let out a cold smile, turning his head abruptly. His eyes shot out a gray glow without warning. At such a close distance, the unstoppable soul attack shot into Zhen Yulian's brain. Ah! With a pathetic grunt, Zhen Yulian's soul was in extreme pain. Her distorted light movement technique suddenly appeared. Ah! What secret technique is that? Zhen Yulian was shocked and terrified. With the current strength of Suyu's soul, he was far stronger than people of the same level. Even though the soul attack he released was not enough to kill an immortal realm level 3 upper tier, it was not a problem. Of course, it is a move that will take your life. With a cold grunt, the fire cloud seal between Suyu's brows pulsated, shooting out an extreme chill. The cold white energy turned into a long sword, piercing out under Suyu's control. Creak, the air froze. Wherever the cold sword passed, white fog appeared. Countless condensed water vapors turned into ice shards, falling to the ground, letting out a pleasant sound. Heaven and earth suddenly became extremely cold. Zhen Yulian, who was in extreme pain, felt a strong sense of danger. Her expression changed. She reacted quickly, using her sharp instincts to pinpoint the direction of Su Yu's attack. With a flip of her palm, she gathered a frightening cold energy to counterattack. A mere dog wants to kill me! Crack! But at the moment of impact, the dagger in Zhen Yulian's palm was instantly frozen by the cold energy, covered in extreme cold. The deadly cold energy entered Zhen Yulian's body and froze her right palm into pieces of ice on the spot. At that moment, her palm was frozen, turning into ice shards. Her flesh and bones fell to the ground, turning into dust. There was no sign of blood splattering in the process, because all of her flesh had turned into ice. With just one collision, Zhen Yulian had lost her right palm, becoming a cripple. What was even more frightening was that the cold energy did not stop there. It spread toward her arm, as if it wanted to turn her entire body into ice shards. Ah! Zhen Yulian screamed in pain. Her face, which had been filled with a sinister smile, twisted in pain. But even so, Zhen Yulian, who was in intense pain, still didn't lose her reason. Her reaction was extraordinary, and she was straightforward and decisive. Her left palm grabbed her right arm, and amidst a fierce roar, she forcefully pulled her right arm off. Blood rained down and splattered all over Zhen Yulian's face, causing her warped face to seem like a bloody evil spirit. His eyes shone with venomous coldness as he screamed, "I won't let you off!" Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. Does a wastrel only know how to bark? Is this the assassination technique you're so proud of? That's all there is to it. If you don't succeed this time, you will never have another chance in the future. After his strength increased, Zhen Yulian's threat dropped drastically. Zhen Yulian covered her arm, revealing a cold smile. "Palace Master Inu, even if I can't kill you, it's enough to make you die without a burial." Pucci, after a fierce battle, the strong fluctuations of spiritual energy disturbed the spatial fluctuations that were about to be teleported. Teleportation failed. Su Yu and Tu Long fell out from the space teleportation. This was Zhen Yulian's goal. Even if she could not kill Su Yu and prevent him from being teleported, the On-US City Master would personally make a move and make him stay here forever. "Before he kills me, he can at least kill you." Su Yu was filled with hatred. Because of her, Su Yu and Tu Long had fallen into dire straits. This woman had to be killed. Whoosh! Zhen Yulian reacted quickly, letting out a cold laugh. "Talk after you catch up to me." Her body turned into a distorted shadow, disappearing from the sky without a trace. Trying to escape? Su Yu's eyes glowed with a gray glow, his soul ripples radiating in all directions. At that moment, a soul ripple rebounded from the north, returning to Su Yu's soul with a human form. Creak! Su Yu took out the mountain river dragon bow, forming an arrow the size of a thumb, shooting it toward the north without hesitation. Ah! The arrow of spiritual energy pierced through space, followed by a pathetic cry. A hole the size of a bowl appeared on Zhen Yulian's abdomen. Her petite body fell from the shadow, crashing onto the ground. Her face was filled with shock and pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "How did you discover my presence?" Even the Alliance Master, Han Jianglin, might not be able to easily detect her movement techniques. How did Su Yu do it? Whoosh! What answered her was Su Yu's rapidly approaching figure. That cold, murderous intent caused Zhen Yulian's heart to beat wildly for the first time. The fear of stepping on a cliff lingered in her heart. She had always been the one assassinating others. She had thought that death was too far away from her, but now she realized that death was right beside her. A great fear engulfed her like a tsunami. "Wait a minute. I did not want to kill you. I was only instructed by someone else." Zhen Yulian bit her teeth. Before this, in her eyes, Su Yu was just a wastrel who had almost died in her hands, not worth mentioning. But now he was the one she was begging for mercy to. Su Yu's murderous intent did not diminish. When you thought that you could easily kill me, killing me like a dog, did you ever think that you were instructed by someone else? Now that you are about to die, you are pushing the blame to someone else? People like you deserve to die. Time was tight. Su Yu did not hesitate, pointing a finger at her chest. But at that moment, a cold whirlwind attacked, saving Jinyulian, who was just inches away. Palace Master Inu, you should be lenient. Such ruthlessness is a disgrace to your status as a palace master. A cold and arrogant voice could be heard. Su Yu shot his gaze over, saying coldly, Wei Tianqin, one of the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower, Wei Tianqin. He was the one who had instigated Zhang Shuai to kill Su Yu and steal her treasure. Now he had suddenly appeared, interfering in the matter between Su Yu and Zhang Yulian. It looked like the huge freezing effect created by the drop of ice-cold blood had attracted Wei Tianqin over. He must have been watching the battle between Su Yu and Zhang Yulian. If not, he would not have acted in such a timely manner. Before meddling in other people's business, shouldn't you consider yourself first? Su Yu did not give Wei Tianqin any face. He had not settled the score for instigating Zhang Shuai. Wei Tianqin protected Zhang Yulian behind him, calmly saying, Palace Master Inu, why do you have to be so overbearing and ruthless? We are both powerhouses of the North Continent. We should support each other and be united. You are indiscriminately killing my fellow citizens of the North Continent. You do not know the bigger picture. Indiscriminately? Su Yu laughed coldly in his heart. It was clearly Zhang Yulian who launched a sneak attack first, almost killing him. But in Wei Tianqin's words, it was Su Yu who killed the geniuses of the North Continent, ruthless and ruthless. United? How can you tell that she is united with me? When I was in danger, you did not appear to stop me. But when she was killed by me, you jumped out and accused me of not knowing the bigger picture. Ruthless and ruthless? Wei Tianqin gave a cold grunt. Palace Master Inu, I do not know what happened between the two of you. I only saw that you chased after a weak lady to kill her, and even crippled her palm. As a man, as a vice palace master of the Empire of Darkness, don't you think that you are going overboard and shameful? Hearing this, Su Yu laughed angrily. Since you do not know anything, you still dare to spout nonsense and criticize her? If you want to side with her, just say so. Could such sneaky actions be a tradition of the 4 great sons? Wei Tianqin was furious. Palace Master Inu, please conduct yourself with dignity. You can insult me, but insulting the Snow Listening Tower is unforgivable. His hypocritical expression caused Su Yu's cold smile to deepen. Wei Tianqin, do you know how your junior died? Wei Tianqin's pupils dilated, clenching his fists. He was furious in his heart, saying with a low voice, he was assassinated by a lowly person. Su Yu laughed and shook his head. No, he died because he thought he was the one. Just like you, thinking highly of yourself. Chapter 340. Wei Tianqin laughed angrily. Palace Master Inu, you are merely using the flag of the Empire of Darkness. Why are you trying to act mighty in front of us? Su Yu shook his head in disdain. Who is it that relied on his identity as one of the 4 great young masters of the Snow's Lament Pavilion to forcefully cut the queue and enter the city that day? They were the ones who were showing off their might. But now they were making a false accusation and slandering him. Raise the flag? There aren't any people from the Empire of Darkness here. It's enough for me to raise the flag. If you don't believe me, you'll know once you fight me. Of course, it was a battle to the death. Do you dare? Su Yu asked calmly. Wei Tianqin's expression turned stiff, and he changed the topic. Palace Master Inu, don't you dare use the reputation of the Empire of Darkness to be arrogant. However, Su Yu interrupted him mercilessly. I'm asking you a question. Do you dare or not? Don't be impudent. The muscles on Wei Tianqin's face twitched. Su let out a disdainful laugh. I am alone, and you do not even have the guts to fight me. How can a cowardly person like you call yourself one of the 4 great sons? If Snow's lament is filled with trash like you, then I can only say that Snow's lament is beyond saving. All right, scram immediately. He doesn't even have the courage to fight me. Such a person isn't fit to talk to me. The continuous mockery caused Wei Tianqin to be extremely furious. At the same time, he felt quite a bit of fear. However, he tightly protected Zhen Yulian behind him, unwilling to give way. His gaze vaguely passed through Suyu, revealing hints of anxiety. Haha, did you buy enough time? Suddenly, Suyu sneered. Wei Tianqin's expression froze. What did you say? Shaking his head, Suyu laughed. Calling you a dirty rat who only knows how to sneak around in the dark is not wrong at all. You clearly know that you're no match for me, yet you still talk to me for so long. How could a scoundrel like you, who only knows how to hide behind people's backs, do such a thing? It is obvious that you have a plan. You are just wasting time with me, waiting for the On-US City Master to make a move. Suyu shook his head mockingly. He was extremely disgusted by Wei Tianqin's character. Since you knew, why did you fall for it? Wei Tianqin's expression was a little ugly. Suyu said coldly, because I'm also stalling for time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the commotion attracted even more onlookers. Dozens of cultivators looked over from the sky, indescribably shocked. As such, Suyu was exposed in front of everyone. Would the On-US City Master dare to kill a deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness in front of everyone? You are indeed cunning. Wei Tianqin clenched his teeth in hatred. He thought that he had successfully stalled Suyu. He did not expect that Suyu was also taking the opportunity to attract attention. You flatter me. Suyu smiled insincerely, turning his head to look at the On-US City Master. The other party had already successfully rescued the people of the 2 clans. He was standing on top of the ice mountain and staring at Suyu. He did not dare to act recklessly. How could he dare to make a move in public? 2 clan master, thank you for your hospitality. I will remember it. Suyu had a deeper meaning. His eyes filled with a cold glow. If he were to make a breakthrough to Immortal Level 5 one day, he would definitely kill this thief. Next, Zhen Yulian, Wei Tianqin, are the both of you ready? Suyu's eyes were filled with ice, his killing intense, awe-inspiring. The general situation had been decided and Suyu was safe. The next step was to deal with them. Wei Tianqin's expression turned ugly. What are you trying to do? Suyu laughed calmly. I warned you not to think too highly of yourself. Unfortunately, you are the same as Zhang Shuai, too overconfident. Since you like to meddle in other people's business, you should be prepared to take responsibility. He thought that he was undefeatable with the trump card of the On-US City Master. Now he had no one to rely on, so he panicked. Stop! We have no grudges. Why are you so ruthless? As Wei Tianqin spoke, he retreated continuously, attempting to squeeze into the crowd. Suyu calmly said, This is a personal grudge between me and Wei Tianqin. If anyone wishes to help him, please step forward. Whiz the crowd dispersed faster than rabbits. They had no ties with Wei Tianqin. Why would they offend the overbearing and ruthless palace master Inu for him? Falling into a hopeless situation, Wei Tianqin was filled with regret and hatred. Palace Master Inu, why must you be so ruthless? Killing me would not benefit you, and would instead harm the relationship between the Empire of Darkness and the Snow Listening Tower. Suyu's expression was calm, but it was filled with mockery. When you wanted to kill me, I did not see you consider the relationship between the 2 factions. Now, when it is your turn, you are worried about the future of the 2 factions. Could it be that my life isn't worth anything, while your life is worth more than anything? Don't worry, Even if I kill all 4 of you, the snow-listening tower can only swallow their anger. Who asked you to kill me first? Su Yu was determined to kill. Drawing his silver bow, Su Yu formed an arrow of spirit energy. Taking aim at Wei Tianqin and Zhan Yulian, the On-US City Master could only observe from the side, not daring to attack. Normal fighters did not dare interfere in the affairs of the Empire of Darkness. But just as the matter was about to be settled, creak! A powerful bolt of spirit energy pierced through the City Master's manor, heading straight for Su Yu. Su Yu's expression changed, changing from offense to defense, blocking the bolt of spirit energy. Thump! After somersaulting in the air, the blood in Su Yu's body surged. He looked toward the source of the spirit energy, his gaze narrowing. It is indeed you, you old man! A green-robed elder with a pale face and a gloomy expression walked over with his hands tucked in his sleeves. This person was none other than Inspector Bai He. At the crucial moment, this old man had indeed attacked. Stubborn thing, you have committed all sorts of crimes in the Empire of Darkness, killing the innocent and harming your own people. You dare to be insolent in the training grounds. Inspector Bai He had a stern expression, walking over under the gazes of the crowd. The On-US City Master's pupils dilated, his expression filled with fear. You are the 4th of the 4 great inspectors of the Empire of Darkness, Bai He? What? It's him? The crowd gasped, all of them fearful. Palace masters, inspectors, and lords were terrifying existences in the Empire of Darkness. It was rumored that all of them had the power to overturn rivers and seas. They stood at the peak of the continent and were legendary fighters. Such a noble and illustrious person had actually descended upon On-US City. The On-US City Master was momentarily shocked, his gaze sweeping past Inspector Bai He and Su Yu. He felt slightly more at ease, his eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing that Inspector Bai He was trying to accuse him, Su Yu retorted sarcastically, Haha, Inspector Bai He is still the same. As an inspector, you can always lower your status and launch a sneak attack on a junior like me. The crowd had a strange expression. Su Yu's words had revealed a shocking secret that no one else knew about. Ling Xiaotian had injured Inspector Bai He, even though Su Yu had exposed him. Inspector Bai He did not have a change of expression. His expression became stern. A mere vice palace master dares to create trouble. You killed a fellow disciple, and I gave you a chance out of kindness. To think that you would not repent and would actually start a massacre at the training grounds. You have not changed your nature. This admiral will definitely not spare you. As an inspector, I announce that the vice palace master of the North Continent Subpalace, Inu, is bloodthirsty and cruel. He will be expelled from the Empire of Darkness immediately. Everything about him has nothing to do with the Empire of Darkness. After an investigation, Su Yu was clearly innocent. It was Inspector Bai He who launched a sneak attack and attempted to assassinate him. But now he had the audacity to say that he was being kind. Furthermore, he wanted to strip him of his position as a vice palace master. These words caused everyone to be shocked. He actually announced the expulsion of a vice palace master on the spot. As an inspector, he supervised the 4 great sub-palaces. He had a lot of authority. With his own announcement, he had the right to strip Su Yu of his position as a vice palace master. From now on, Inu would no longer be a vice palace master of the Empire of Darkness. The On-US City Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. Inspector Bai He, is what you said true? Inspector Bai He said righteously, I, the inspector, have the authority to punish those who commit crimes. If the On-US City Master has a personal grudge against him, that will be a matter between the 2 of you. The Empire of Darkness will not interfere. This was forcing Su Yu into a desperate situation. If the On-US City Master wanted to kill him, he no longer had any reservations. Su Yu looked at Inspector Bai He coldly. Old thing, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to strip me of my position? The day before yesterday, the editor had called to scold him. He had not updated enough and had even stopped updating once. That day he had been shooting a wedding dress. After the shoot he was extremely tired and fell asleep the moment he returned. Hence, he had stopped updating. He had promised the editor that he would increase the number of updates in the future. From the 5th of May onwards, he would update 3 times a day. From the 1st to the 4th of May, he was traveling in Xiamen and could not write too much. Chapter 341. A deputy palace master was appointed by the hall master. As an admiral, his duty was only to supervise the branch hall. He did not have any authority to interfere with the affairs of the branch hall, let alone such an important matter as dismissing a deputy palace master. Humph! Before I left, I was appointed by Lord Bailuo to punish him on his behalf. You have committed atrocious acts, slaughtered the innocent, and behaved improperly. I believe that you are not suitable for the position of deputy palace master. Now, in the name of Lord Bailuo, I announce that your qualifications as a deputy palace master are revoked. Just now he had announced it in the name of the admiral. After being exposed, he had changed to using the name of Lord Bailuo, regardless of whether Lord Bailuo had given him the authority or not. Even if he had given him the authority, he did not have the right to remove the authority of a deputy palace master without Ling Xiaotian's consent. Otherwise, why would Lord Bailuo ask Ling Xiaotian to lead 10 deputy palace masters to serve him that day? Why would he go through so much trouble? Wouldn't he be able to resolve it with just an order? Inspector, he was merely fooling the outsider, stripping him of his deputy palace master status to give the Anyu city lord a chance to make a move. Anyu city governor, Yi is no longer a member of the Empire of Darkness. The grudge between you and him has nothing to do with the Empire of Darkness. Settle it however you want. There is no need to give me face. Inspector, he cupped his fists at the Anyu city governor. The surrounding martial artists could not help but feel indignant. This was simply going too far. Even though they did not understand the conflict between Inspector He and Palace Master Inu, it was clear from the situation before their eyes that Inspector He had used his official position for personal gain, forcing Su Yu into a corner. What was even more shameless was that he dared to boast shamelessly, saying that there was no need to give him face. It was as if he was selfless. The Anyu city lord cupped his fists and said, "Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. This brat killed people in Anyu city and stole their treasures. There's no evil he wouldn't commit. My son was brutally killed by him just because of a small conflict. Such a cruel person cannot be tolerated by the heavens." What? The martial artists were shocked. The 2 clans' young master, who was once the young master of one of the 8 ancient clans, had been killed by Inu. It was clear that the Anyu city master had killed his own son. But now he had announced to the world that it was Su Yu who had done it. The 2 of them echoed each other, as if Su Yu really deserved to die. Faced with their shamelessness, Su Yu no longer tried to defend himself. Su Yu laughed heartily. "Ha! Savage? Not bad. I am cruel, I am cruel. So what if it's a natural instinct to kill?" His eyes were cold and disdainful. A gust of wind blew around him, causing his robes to flutter. His silver hair danced wildly, filled with dense killing intent. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of Wei Tianqin's lips. "You even admit that you are cruel and tyrannical. This is truly intolerable by the heavens. Such a person should be punished by everyone. Anyu city master, please help the people get rid of evil and uphold justice." He himself was cowardly, not daring to step forward. Instead, he stood at the side and encouraged others with a strong sense of righteousness. Zhang Yulian saw that the situation had changed, and her fear gradually disappeared. Her eyes flashed with hatred again. Yes, such people will only harm the innocent if they are left in this world. We must ask the Anyu city lord to get rid of this evil for the people. It was clearly her who had tried to assassinate Su Yu twice, Yet she had accused Suyu of being cruel. The clansmen of the two clan were almost buried in the ice. They could not help but glare angrily. Clan leader, please enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate evil for the sake of the people. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, eliminate evil for the people. For the sake of the people, their voices shook the sky, reverberating throughout Onua City. The sonorous and powerful voices of 100 people were like a flood, piercing through the clouds and spreading to all corners of Onua City. The most frightening thing was the determination to kill Suyu. 3 people would make a tiger, much less 100 people. At this very moment, no martial artist dared to stand up for Suyu. Everyone knew that Suyu had been forced to do this, and everyone knew that Suyu had to die, because everyone wanted to kill him. Feeling the determination to kill him, feeling the determination of everyone, feeling the hopeless situation where he was besieged on all sides. Suyu stood at his original position. His silver hair danced in the wind, blocking his deep eyes. However, it could not block the coldness of the underworld. Since everyone says that I am cruel, that everyone wants to kill me, why don't I show you what true cruelty is? Creak! All of a sudden, Suyu's eyes emitted a shocking murderous intent. The silver hair that blocked his eyes flew in the air abruptly. Those once deep eyes were now like an abyss, emitting a shocking coldness that seemed to be able to pull everyone's soul into them. I want all of you to die. His cold voice was like the spring of hell, releasing a cold aura of death. Everyone who was swept by Suyu's gaze felt their hearts tremble. That deep feeling was like a dark hell that had been opened, pulling all of them into it for eternity. Even Inspector by his pupils constricted slightly. He was frightened by this kind of gaze. What a terrifying gaze! The crowd of martial artists gasped. They might have pushed me too far. His cheeks twitched. Inspector by he let out a cold grunt. The eyes of the masses are clear. Since they want you dead, it means that you have committed heinous crimes and deserve to die. So you let out a cold laugh. The masses? Then let all of them die. He wanted to kill the people of the two clan, kill everyone who had slandered him. Onua City Master attack. There is no need to be courteous with me. Inspector by he retreated, not intending to attack personally. The eyelids of the Onua City Master twitched. Suyu's words filled with killing intent had caused a ripple in his heart. Those shocking eyes, filled with killing intent, caused him to feel a shred of regret. Now that things had escalated to such a state, was he responsible? But that thought flashed past his mind. Suyu, who had lost his identity as a member of the Empire of Darkness, was no better than a cockroach in his eyes. He could kill him with a single stomp. Sai, Inu, even now that things have come to this, you are still stubborn and have not changed your murderous intent. I can only follow the will of the people and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I hope that you can turn over a new leaf in your next life. The Onua City Master sighed, taking a step forward. But at the moment he took a step forward, a terrifying aura descended upon the sky above Onua City. Pooh! Once the aura appeared, the Dragon Realm fighters immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Hundreds of fighters, who were fighting the demonic beasts, were caught off guard and fell into the horde of beasts. In the blink of an eye, not even their corpses were left. As for the Immortal Realm fighters, they felt the blood in their bodies tremble, their spirit energy going berserk. Their bodies trembled continuously. Their bodies felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. This is... Inspector by his expression changed. Immortal Realm Level 5. Demonic Beast Emperor. The Emperor of all demonic beasts. The mythical demonic beasts of the legends. It was said that their intelligence was much higher than that of normal humans, and they could speak the human language. They were about to break through their shackles and take on a human form, but that was only a legend. The existence of the demonic beast emperor was only passed down by word of mouth. There were very few records of them in the ancient books. The reason was that demonic beast emperors were too rare, so rare that they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In fact, their rarity was no less than that of an immortal-level demonic beast. Chapter 342. Haha, foolish humans. A great disaster is upon us, yet we are still killing each other. How pitiful and laughable. Above the 9 heavens, an ordinary golden bird flapped its wings. The bird was shaped like a kingfisher. It was petite and adorable. Its golden feathers reflected a dazzling golden light under the sunlight. It was a bird carved out of gold. On its head, there was a vague shadow of a crown that flashed occasionally. It was as if it was the mythical king that stood at the peak of billions of demonic beasts, the emperor of 10,000 demons. However, the most shocking thing was that the golden bird could actually speak the human language. The look of disgust and disdain was vivid and lifelike. Its intelligence was not any lower than a human's. The On-US City Master's expression changed drastically. Demon Emperor, what happened in the dark forest? Even the mythical demon emperor has begun to appear. At this moment, even a fool would understand that a shocking change had occurred in the depths of the dark forest. Even the demon emperor was scared out of the dark forest. Humph. Lowly humans, my master has descended into the human world to rule over the world. All of you should quickly submit and follow me to meet my master. The golden bird looked down coldly at all living beings. Chapter 343. Wei Tianqin's expression was as red as a pig's liver. Inu. Don't be too presumptuous. The demon race is about to massacre the city. As a human, you did not advance or retreat together, but took the opportunity to kill your own kind. Do you wish to become the sinner of the human race? As he spoke of the righteousness of the human race, Wei Tianqin turned to escape. Ah, just as he was about to escape, a female shriek came from behind him. Turning back to look, it was Zhan Yulian's abdomen that had been pierced by a finger. Her flesh had exploded, but her vital organs were not injured. She was in pain, but she did not die. She was in a terrible state. Zhan Yulian used her remaining arm to cover her abdomen. Large beads of sweat formed on her pale forehead. Her eyes once again filled with fear and pleading, "Palace! Palace Master Inu, let me go. I was really ordered by someone." Su Yu tapped on her forehead, coldly shaking his head. "Now that things have come to this, is there any use in begging for mercy? Just now, you said that I am cruel by nature. Why didn't you think that you were ordered by someone else? If you'd rather commit suicide than accept people to torture you to death, then I'd still have some respect for you. But it's too late to beg for mercy." Creak! Spirit energy spat out, forming a bloody hole on Zhan Yulian's fair forehead. She was completely killed. The person who had caused Su Yu danger twice was finally killed. Wei Tianqin saw this scene, his guts breaking. Without any hesitation, he turned to escape. "Haha, Mr. Tianqin, an innocent person was killed by a bloodthirsty demon like me. As a righteous person, you did not enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, instead turning to escape? Are you not afraid of disgracing your chivalrous spirit?" Endless mockery came from behind him. Wei Tianqin had acted righteously, forcefully intervening in the feud between Su Yu and Zhan Yulian, saving her. Furthermore, at the moment when Su Yu was about to die, he had jumped out to scold Su Yu for being merciless. "Palace Master Inu, when it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Aren't you afraid that you will receive retribution for being so forceful?" Wei Tianqin was anxious and furious. Su Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Retribution? Are you mocking yourself? The one who said that I relied on the Empire of Darkness to do evil was you. The one who relied on the On-US City Master to slander me was you. Now, the one being hunted has changed from me to you. This is indeed the cycle of the heavens and karma." Wei Tianqin's face was filled with shame and anger. You quibble. Now, you don't care about the safety of the human race and insist on killing your own kind. You don't see the big picture. Do you still have the human race in your heart? Hypocrite, Su Yu replied mercilessly. It has been half a month since the beast tide descended. You only have the abilities of an immortal realm level 3 upper tier. Have you killed even half a demonic beast? No. I killed many demonic beasts and indirectly saved many humans. When I was besieged by you, did you ever consider that you killed me because you didn't care about the safety of the human race? No. You claimed that you couldn't stand the sight of me killing indiscriminately, so you saved Zhen Yulian. However, when she was killed by me, you escaped alone. Did you do anything? No. Su Yu said with certainty. So, you are just a selfish and treacherous coward who is of no help to the human race. You are of no benefit to the safety of the human race. Killing you has nothing to do with the safety of the human race. When the fighters who were escaping heard what Su Yu said, they agreed with him. Wei Tianqin called himself the Snow Listening Tower's 4th young master, but he only acted arrogantly in front of the human race. After the beast tide appeared, he did not attack at all. This kind of person, who only thought about himself, would not affect the human race if he died. Even Wei Tianqin, who had a glib tongue, was speechless. Accept your fate. From today onwards, the Snow Listening Tower's 4th young master will become the 2nd young master. Don't blame me. I have given you chances time and time again. Su Yu's killing intent was cold. He pulled back his silver bow, shooting an arrow at Wei Tianqin from a few miles away. As the arrow pierced through the air, after a pathetic cry, Wei Tianqin's chest was blasted into pieces, and he was completely annihilated. After killing 2 people consecutively, Su Yu's killing intent was at its peak. His gaze was murderous, his surging killing intent locking onto the last person. Among the crowd with sharp eyes, you are the only one left, Inspector Baihe. Su Yu turned his head and looked at him coldly. Inspector Baihe, however, did not show any signs of panic. He had a mocking expression, his hands behind his back as he looked at Su Yu. You are finally done? Too slow. With my connivance, you spent such a long time to kill them. You have disappointed me. Ha! You still want to save face. Su Yu let out a long laugh, mocking as he shook his head. The reason why you stayed behind was because you were so overbearing just now, wanting to punish me. Now, you are unwilling to let go of your pride and escape. You used the excuse of giving me time and connivance to successfully kill them. Su Yu laughed, as usual. You should be glad that you were standing at the side. That was how you managed to survive for a while longer. Inspector Baihe's expression did not change. What a joke! You think too highly of yourself. I will kill you like slaughtering a dog. Since it was so easy to kill me, why didn't you do it yourself? Instead, you tried your best to instigate the On-US City Master to attack? Hall Masterling's Hall, protecting divine weapon, must have given you quite a surprise, right? With Su Yu's cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to realize that Inspector, by his cultivation level, had long fallen from his terrifying level to Immortal Realm level 3 peak. Hee. Ling Xiaotian used the divine weapon without permission, plotting a rebellion. He will not be able to escape punishment. Furthermore, even if my cultivation level had fallen, I am not someone of your level can mock. Inspector, Baihe said with a cold expression. It is easy for me to kill you, Su Yu said coldly. Do you really think that I am still the kid who could only escape that day? That day, Inspector Baihe had launched a sneak attack. In front of him, Su Yu had no power to retaliate, not even a chance to escape. If not for Ling Xiaotian having predicted this and followed him in secret, Su Yu would have died in his hands. Creak! Inspector Baihe let out a laugh. I really cannot see any difference between you and that day. You are still as weak as before. Creak! He had just said this when Suyu tapped his forehead, pulling out an arrow made of cold energy, and knocked it onto the mountain river dragon bow. Whoosh! Releasing his finger, the ice arrow shot toward Inspector Bahi like an arrow leaving a bow. The power of the cold energy was enough to threaten the life of an immortal realm level 3 peak. Furthermore, with the mountain river dragon bow, its power had increased exponentially. Inspector Bahi's expression changed, instinctively wanting to dodge. However, he had been looking down on Suyu at such close range. How could he dodge? Illusionary flowers, water, moon. Inspector Bahi forcefully gathered his spirit energy, forming a giant water mirror in front of him. This was an illusory realm, able to redirect the attack of an enemy to another location. When he was at his peak, Ling Xiaotian would not be able to do anything to him if he did not use the Hall guarding divine weapon. Whoosh! At the moment the water mirror appeared, the ice arrow shot over. Crack! Many cracks instantly appeared on the water mirror that Inspector Bahi was so proud of. Slap! After a moment of stalemate, it shattered with a crack. The ice arrow pierced through, striking Inspector Bahi in the chest. Bang! His body was like a cannonball, flying hundreds of meters away. The clothes on his chest were shredded by the powerful energy, his white hair messily falling. Fresh blood flowed from his nostrils, all the way to his chin, causing half his face to be covered in blood. A single attack had caused Inspector Bahi to be in an extremely awkward position. Hee, Lord Inspector, you don't seem to be as strong as you imagined. Suyu mocked. Inspector Bahi wiped away the blood from his nose, anger hidden beneath his aged face. However, his expression was one of disappointment. Your power is only SOSO. Even when I intentionally held back, you were still unable to injure me. You are merely wasting your time by entering the martial path. He was clearly in a sorry state, but he was stubborn. Is that so? Suyu's eyes glowed with a cold light, the concept of nature descending around him. An otherworldly aura that was one with the world surrounded Suyu's body. Looking at him, Suyu did not seem like a person of the mortal world, as if he was a fairy. Whoosh! Above Songming's head, under the influence of the concept, gathered all the white clouds from all directions, forming a thick, dark cloud. Within the cloud, a purple lightning dragon pierced through the clouds with a domineering aura. Every time it appeared, it would explode with lightning. At the same time, within the dark cloud, snowflakes flew, descending into the mortal world. Different from normal snowflakes, snowflakes would melt into the ground when they landed. But here, every time the snowflakes landed, they would freeze an entire area. Apart from a mortal realm level 3 fighters who could defend against it, the rest of the people who were touched by the snowflakes were turned into exquisite ice sculptures. Ah, run! A fighter came to his senses, screaming in fear, using his body technique to escape. Chapter 344. In an instant, under the cover of the dark clouds and snow, the world was frozen. Ice, thunder, calamity. Suyu pointed to the sky, with the intent to merge with nature. It was as if Suyu was commanding the world. Rumble! A majestic heavenly might swept up the power of heaven and earth, locking onto a person under the dark clouds. Inspector Bahi! Creak! The 10,000 zhang long thunder dragon, containing the power to destroy the world, descended. But within the thunder dragon, there was not only thunder, there was also ice. Divine grade, divine decree. Inspector Bahi's expression changed. You managed to comprehend such a useless thing to its peak. However, it was precisely such a useless item that erupted with unimaginably terrifying power. Second grade doppelganger technique. At this crucial moment, Inspector Bahi actually used his strongest technique. Using a third of the spirit energy in his body, Inspector Bahi created a clone out of thin air. The clone's abilities were 70% of his original body's. The clone did not hesitate, standing in front of the original body to block the 10,000 zhang thunder ice dragon. Crack! but the clone did not even have the time to block the attack before it was frozen into ice. At the same time, the destructive thunder passed through, shattering the frozen clone on the spot. The Thunder Ice Dragon did not slow down. After shattering the clone, it attacked the original body. Pooh! How could Inspector Bahi block such a terrifying attack? The extreme ice destroyed a large portion of his life force. The destructive thunder caused his body to explode. Looking at him, Inspector Bahi was badly mutilated, his entire body charred. But not a single drop of blood flowed out of his body, because his body was filled with cold energy. He was gradually turning into ice from inside out. This strike almost took away Inspector Bahi's life. The martial artists who turned around to look at this scene all sucked in a cold breath. Inspector Bahi was actually easily killed by Palace Master Inu. From the beginning, when no one paid attention to him, to his shocking battle abilities at the auction, to his current massacre in Onua City. Finally, even the Inspector of the Empire of Darkness was killed by Su Yu. This kind of earth-shattering strength caused everyone to be moved. Whoosh! Su Yu landed in front of Inspector Bahi, shaking his head in disappointment. Inspector, you gave me a chance, even your life. I am truly touched. Before he died, hearing Su Yu's mockery, Inspector Bahi's heart was filled with hatred. Su Yu! I swear, you will die a horrible death. Your good days will soon come to an end. Bang! A foot stomped down from the air, crushing the head that had been frozen into ice. Slowly withdrawing his leg, Su Yu shook his head coldly. There were many people who wished for me to die a horrible death. Unfortunately, they are all dead while I am still alive. Squatting down, Su Yu searched Inspector Bahi's robes and found a small jade box. He opened it and saw a small jade bottle lying quietly inside. It was none other than the Myriad Spirit Creation Pill. As a Vice Hall Master, he was only qualified to consume this pill once a month. As an inspector, it was normal for Inspector Bahi to have this pill on him. Su Yu's eyes were burning with excitement. What a pleasant surprise! He was about to make a breakthrough to Immortal Realm Level 3. The Spirit Fate Elixir had come at the right time. However, what disappointed Su Yu was that there was an empty groove in the jade box. From the looks of it, it should be used to store cultivation techniques. Now it was completely empty. This caused Su Yu to be slightly disappointed. Inspector Bahi's second-grade clone technique was extremely mystical. After training, he could create clones to aid him in battle. Even though it was not as powerful as Huajilan, who could create a light clone with abilities comparable to the main body. 70% of the main body's abilities could not be underestimated. Su Yu had wanted to study it, but who knew that he did not have this cultivation technique on him. It could have been destroyed by him, or it could have been hidden by him. Now that Inspector Bahi was dead, this cultivation technique would never be able to appear in the world again. With a flick of his finger, he destroyed Inspector Bahi's body. Su Yu stood up. The demonic Beast Emperor was chasing after the Onua City Master. It would not take long for him to return. He could not stay here for long. Whoosh! Su Yu brought Tu Long with him, disappearing into the sky. The fighters who were observing the scene were unable to calm down. Before this, the name of Inu had only circulated within a small circle. But now, the entire North Continent would know of the existence of such an arrogant genius. With the abilities of a single person, he had defeated all the geniuses in Onua City. He had fought against the Tu clan alone, killing countless Tu clan members. The number of fighters that had died at his hands was innumerable. In the end, the elusive inspector also died in Su Yu's hands. What he had done in Onua City would shake the entire North Continent. Under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Su Yu left Onua City in a flash, disappearing without a trace. In Onua City, in the charred ruins after a huge battle, a shriveled palm suddenly crawled out from the ground. A pale old man covered in blood crawled out from the ground, his face filled with hatred. Inu, you want to kill me? You are too weak. Even Ling Xiaotian could not do it, much less you. This person was Inspector Bahi. When the second-grade clone technique was cultivated to the top class, one could create a third clone. Back then, he had used this to trick Ling Xiaotian and succeeded again. Rubbing his chest, Inspector he had a gratified expression. Thanks to this cultivation technique, I am where I am today. But at this moment, a mocking laugh could be heard. So it was hidden here. It was not easy to find. Su Yu crossed his arms, calmly standing in the sky above Inspector Baihe's head, a faint smile on his face. Inspector Baihe's expression turned rigid. You. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. I am merely using the same old tricks. You managed to trick Palace Master Ling once. Do you think you can trick me again? Whoosh! Su Yu stepped down, stepping on the weak Inspector Baihe. Bending down, he found a jade pendant in Inspector Baihe's robes. Looking at the jade pendant, there were extremely weak words carved on it. The first line of words was second-grade clone technique. Su Yu's heart thumped. It was really this mystical cultivation technique. My cultivation technique. Inspector Baihe was both shocked and furious. Whoosh! Su Yu had a thought. With a flash of light, he kept the pendant in the cosmos mirror. Inspector Baihe, since you are so generous and left me your legacy before your death, I shall not hold back. Su Yu let out a faint smile. I think your wish has been fulfilled. Since that is the case, Inspector Baihe, rest in peace. Inspector Baihe spat out a mouthful of blood, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Yu. You. Pooh! This time, Su Yu crushed his head once again. But his life was truly lost. An inspector of his generation had died just like that. His figure was like lightning. Su Yu flew out of the city. Outskirts of the city. Tu Long bowed, extremely sincere. I am unable to repay Palace Master Inu for saving my life. He was already unable to repay Su Yu's kindness. For him, Su Yu had fallen into a dangerous situation. Just this kindness alone was enough for him to repay Su Yu for the rest of his life. Su Yu calmly shook his head. I only seek to have a clear conscience when I do things. You need not take it to heart. Anua City is no longer safe. You should leave quickly. We shall part ways here. I hope that you can find another home. Su Yu sighed with emotion as they were about to part ways. Tu Long let out a light smile. We shall part ways here. I will not be able to rest in peace. Before I leave, I will give Palace Master Inu a gift. I hope that you will not reject it. After saying this, Tu Long pointed a finger at his chest. Using his finger, he took out a drop of fresh blood. Blood from the heart. Everyone only had one drop of blood from the heart. To a martial artist, it was the source of his blood. Once it was lost, his body would never be strengthened, and his cultivation level would not improve. Do you know the origin of the 10,000 soldier liquid? Tu Long said slowly. Su Yu shook his head. This is a secret of the Tu clan. How would an outsider know? Tu Long smiled. The nature-defying ability of the 10,000 soldier liquid is actually the power of the Tu clan's bloodline. Su Yu knew about this. It was rumored that the Tu clan's bloodline was special, which allowed them to control the nature-defying ability of cleansing divine artifacts. Since it is the power of the bloodline, then the nature of the 10,000 soldier liquid is obvious. It is actually the blood of the Tu clan, the only blood from the heart. The fallen members of the Tu clan would offer their blood from the heart in advance, becoming the 10,000 soldier liquid for the clan. Only the blood from the heart of the master of the family would be pure. Hence, there are very few of them. Tu Long raised the blood from his heart. I am the descendant of the previous master of the family. The blood from my heart is considered pure. Even though it is not as strong as the bloodline of the master, it is 80% pure. It is equivalent to 8 drops of diluted 10,000 soldier liquid. This blood is a parting gift from me, Tu Long. It is also my way of returning the favor. Palace Master Inu, if it is for my own good, please do not reject it. Without any explanation, Tu Long stuffed it into Suyu's palm. Suyu was shocked by the true nature of the 10,000-soldier liquid. He was even more shocked by Tu Long's decisiveness. This was equivalent to Tu Long sacrificing his own future. But Suyu understood that Tu Long had lost his determination to the martial path and was no longer interested in it. This blood was his way of returning the favor. If Suyu did not accept it, he would never be able to forget Suyu's favor for the rest of his life. I accept it. Thank you. Tu Long laughed. Since that is the case, I have no more worries. Inu, we will meet again. Suyu cupped his fists, the two of them disappearing into the horizon, never to meet again. An hour later, the demonic beast emperor returned. She stared at the empty city, her face filled with disdain. She flapped her wings, creating a gale. Anua City, which had stood tall in the dark forest for hundreds of years, was reduced to ashes by the gale. Golden Silk Demonic Beast Emperor, did you capture the Anua City master alive? At this moment, a handsome young man, followed by a green-robed elder, descended above Anua City and questioned coldly. The Golden Silk Demonic Beast Emperor looked at him with disdain, calmly saying he escaped. As the Tu clan master, he possessed many divine artifacts. It was hard for outsiders to guess. Even though the abilities of the Golden Silk Demonic Beast Emperor were strong, she might not be able to defeat the Anua City master in terms of techniques. The young man's eyebrows twitched, then relaxed. Forget it, don't bother about him. I asked you to take action to announce to the world that the Wu family is about to appear. The green-robed elder behind him revealed a look of anticipation. Haha, I have already sent the invitation letter for the wedding of young master and Miss Emma Wu to the various powerhouses of the North Continent. I believe that it will be a grand event of the North Continent. Chapter 345. If Suyu had been there, he would have recognized that the green-robed elder was none other than Senior Huang. The young master before him was Wu Yaoiwe. During the alliance meet, Wu Yaoiwe had shocked the world, defeating many talents of the 100 Territories Alliance and becoming a dark horse. He had fought for first place, hoping to obtain the flesh regeneration elixir, but he had lost to Lu Jun, who had hidden his identity and given up. He had not obtained first place, losing the chance to obtain the elixir. After that, he had sent the green-robed elder beside him, Senior Huang, to kill Suyu and steal the elixir. But today he had appeared here. Wu Yaoiwe hugged his sword, his expression brimming with confidence. Humph! The Wu clan will eventually shake the world and return to the mortal realm. Why would we need a wedding celebration? I merely want to announce to the world that Emo Wu belongs to me, Wu Yaoiwe. No matter who she has liked, no matter who she likes, she belongs to her. From now on, she is my woman. Senior Huang's wrinkled face shook. Ha! Since ancient times, beauties have been paired with heroes. Miss Emo Wu is a good match for the young master. In this world, other than the young master, no one is worthy of her. Wu Yaoiwe was proud. Of course. Looking around, Wu Yaoiwe shook his head. Let's go back and prepare. The Wu clan's return to the mortal realm requires a baptism of blood to announce to the world that we have returned. In half a month, Suyu did not stop, heading straight for the sub-palace. Along the way, he consumed the Spirit Fate elixir. This was the third Spirit Fate elixir that Suyu had consumed. Its effects had been greatly reduced, far from the heaven-defying effects of the first time. Suyu had only broken through the level 3 bottleneck from Immortal Realm level 2 peak to Immortal Realm level 3 upper tier, rising by 2 levels. The heaven-defying effects of the Spirit Fate elixir had fallen from its pedestal, but Suyu was already very satisfied. A normal deputy palace master could only consume 1 Spirit Fate elixir a month, but Suyu had already consumed 3. His cultivation level was even more unbelievable. In a short 2 months, he had broken through from Dragon Realm level 7 to Immortal Realm level 3 upper tier. Such progress was practically unprecedented in the northern continent's sub-palace. Of course, if it was just a breakthrough in cultivation level, it would not be much. More importantly, Suyu's cultivation techniques were also shocking. His immortal level cultivation method, legendary cultivation method, and divine had all improved tremendously. Recently, he had even obtained the 2nd grade clone technique that the Admiral was cultivating. After half a month of comprehension, Suyu realized that this immortal level cultivation technique was surprisingly easy to comprehend. Perhaps it was because of the illusory, glazed pond in the training ground, which cleansed his soul, that Suyu's heart was clear and bright. Hence, he was able to comprehend the illusory, glazed pond without any obstructions. In just half a month, he had made a huge breakthrough. This 2nd grade clone technique was a remnant of an immortal level cultivation technique. There were only 2 levels to it, and the 3rd level was nowhere to be found. With Inspector by his status, it was not difficult for him to cultivate a complete immortal level technique. However, he chose a remnant of a scroll. It was obvious that this scroll was extraordinary. Suyu trained hard for half a month and achieved stage 1 top class. He could use 30% of his spirit chi to form a spirit chi doppelganger that had 70% of his battle prowess. His cultivation base had reached immortal level 3 lower tier, which was only 1 tier lower than his main body's immortal level 3 upper tier. The only flaw was that the doppelganger couldn't use the main body's cultivation technique, so he had to choose another cultivation technique for it. However, even without cultivating any cultivation techniques, the doppelganger's battle prowess was still shocking. Finally, what caused Suyu to be pleasantly surprised was that Buddhist Saint's 8 characters had finally achieved a breakthrough. On a stormy night, Suyu suddenly had an epiphany. He had successfully entered the lower class from the beginner level. He had comprehended the 2nd word of the Buddhist Saint's 8 characters, army. In terms of power, army was far superior to forest. If the 2 were to be compared, it would be like a small stream versus a vast ocean. You could still remember that when he said army, the lightning that descended upon the world was forced to retreat in fear. Everything within a 10-mile radius was flattened by the word army. Even Suyu himself felt a lingering fear at the terrifying power of the heavens. Did legendary level cultivation techniques really belong to the Jinlong continent? Just stage 1 lower class could create heavenly might. Such a cultivation technique that fought against the power of the heavens was too nature-defying. If he could cultivate it to its peak, wouldn't he be able to rule the world? This was another doubt in Suyu's mind. Apart from that, Suyu was also satisfied with 9 fingers of imaginary thunder. This cultivation technique was only a thin layer away from stage 2. All of his comprehension had been perfected. All he needed to do was to temper himself in battle, and he would naturally break through to stage 2 upper class. The power of stage 1 Thunder Starfinger was already extraordinary. Suyu was filled with anticipation as to what kind of new state the 2nd stage would be. Finally, it was heaven's sun gazing at air. It had long been cultivated to upper class, but was unable to break through to stage 1 upper class. But recently, Suyu had a feeling that he was close to reaching stage 1 upper class. Once he cultivated it to upper class, he would be able to activate the soul battle mode. Suyu was filled with anticipation as to what kind of state it would be. Whoosh, the wind howled. Suyu left a trail of afterimages in the air. A few days later, he returned to the center of the palace. Lingxiao Palace. Palace Master, I have returned. Suyu naturally had to greet the Palace Master upon his return. When Suyu greeted him, Ling Xiaotian was deep in thought with his hands behind his back. His brows were tightly knitted, and it was not difficult to see his worry. Hearing this, Ling Xiaotian turned and revealed a faint smile. It is good that you have returned safely. Observing Suyu's cultivation level, Ling Xiaotian's face had an additional look of gratification. You did not disappoint me. The improvement of Su Yu's cultivation level could not be hidden from his eyes. Su Yu smiled bashfully, feeling grateful. It is all thanks to the palace master's guidance. Su Yu knew that Ling Xiaotian had helped him greatly. If he had trained alone, how could he have had so many opportunities? Perhaps the current him had not even broken through to a mortal realm. Palace Master, I have something to report to you, Su Yu said seriously. Ling Xiaotian smiled. Is it about the Tu clan? There is no need to think about it. They have the guts to attempt to harm the deputy palace master. It looks like the Tu clan has lived too peacefully in the past 100 years, and they have forgotten that they are at death's door. In a few days, follow me to Anua City. I will personally seek justice for you. They injured you with their palms and caused you to bleed. I will make them pay for it tenfold. Su Yu's heart was filled with warmth. He had relied on the Lucian faction and the North Continent's sub-palace, but the treatment he received was worlds apart. The Lucian faction did not care about his life. If not for Su Yu's good luck, he would have become a cold corpse. In fact, the entire Lucian faction wanted to kill him for the treasure that they did not know what it was. Comparing the two, Ling Xiaotian's kindness could be imagined. Palace Master, there is no need. Su Yu shook his head. Ling Xiaotian said coldly, the people of the North Continent's sub-palace do not have the habit of swallowing insults when bullied. This Palace Master will definitely seek justice for you tenfold. Su Yu's expression turned serious. This is what I wanted to report to you. Anua City is destroyed. What? Ling Xiaotian's pupils dilated, finally realizing the severity of the matter. Tell me the details. Following which, Su Yu told him everything he had seen and heard. A demonic beast emperor descended? Ling Xiaotian's expression turned serious. From what I know, there are less than 10 demonic beast emperors in the entire continent. 9 of them are in the north, south, east, and west of the 3 more prosperous continents. They occupy an area and call themselves kings. The North Continent is barren, and there is only one. That is the Golden Silk Demonic Beast Emperor. It occupies the center of the Forest of Darkness and commands the demonic beasts of the North Continent. It is extremely powerful. Even I, without the palace garrison divine artifact, would not be its match. Why would such a demonic beast emperor appear on the continent? Su Yu thought for a moment, then said seriously, there is one more thing. This demonic beast emperor mentioned my master. Master? You mean to say that it has another master? Ling Xiaotian was unprecedentedly serious. Gasping, Ling Xiaotian said seriously, I'm afraid we will have to inform the king. This matter is no longer within the jurisdiction of the sub-palace.